they claim are great, and you see them being
Fallout 4, I love.
pretty crappy.
Fallout 4 is
Fallout I
amazing.
loved.
Yeah.
Fallout 4 was fantastic, but the biggest problem I have with Fallout is the fact that when I try to do New Vegas, it keeps crashing.
New Vegas?
Yeah, I don't like
New Vegas.
the Fallout either.
Go here.
Hey, my shield jump up 45,000 shield now.
What?
45,000 shield, yeah.
Only
Just let me know if I
45,000.
need any.
You don't have 34 million. Only 45,000.
Damn, are you sick?
Yeah, what's wrong with your shield?
Ah, shit. Damn. Yeah, I need more shield. Fuck me.
What are you trying to blow up, a drone?
I don't know if I can even blow up the drone.
Was everybody tells me when I only have 400,000 shield on in CG, like, what's wrong with you? You dead? Like, did your ship get blown up? You only have 400,000 shield?
Yeah, I have 400,060 shield on my SV.
I know, but everybody else has like millions over there.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a size.
Yeah, they've been playing longer and they save stuff from wipe to wipe. So yeah, that tends to happen.
I got a Bastion shield. I didn't put it on yet. I put it in my VB bag though.
A Bastion shield is going to give you around like 200k or some shit like that. Oh shit! Okay. Oh, I think I put way too much.
The Bastion gives you like 1.25 million.
Yeah, if you mean on
That's
on
without
TV,
anything
yeah.
else. Yeah, but I haven't even built enough power for it yet. So.
Oh my god! I think I put too much on CS. Holy shit! Oh,
I have to balance my turret addiction because yeah, the turrets make my ship lag because I have over 100 turrets. So, and then when all the turrets are shooting with all like the 10 flak turrets, it's a mess.
You
Guys,
can
I'll be right
do
back.
you can do the when it's lagging, right? I realize also. Go to setting, because when I'm fighting like Star Destroyer or some shit like, I was lagging like hell.
I just gotta take off.
Also have that issue, but to fix that, you need to turn on the NVIDIA DSS.
Yeah,
DLSS.
I probably already have that on.
Oh, then probably didn't.
I think it's like I think it's a server bottleneck or whatever. You're just not supposed to have that many turrets on your ship at once. That's what somebody told me.
I don't know about that then. Holy shit! This thing turned to.
It's a noob thing. I think power numbers, right? You know, I don't have all the best guns, so let's use 100 of the shitty ones. I need to wake up. So what are you up to, Steven? Are you logged in?
Yeah, I'm logged in.
Oh yeah, where you at? What planet you on?
I don't know, something fucking a cold planet.
Are you living somewhere? Are you flying around mining? What's going on?
No, I'm just looking for resources. Trying to play the game,
Yeah.
live the life.
I'd like to come see you guys. There.
Just let me know if you need anything.
You know I can't take handouts. It ruins the game.
That's bullshit. God damn. No, I don't know. I'm about
I'm a stubborn. I'm a stubborn playaholic. Like I gotta build my own ship. I can't use any blueprints. I have to grind everything. I'm allowed to give you stuff though. I'll let myself do that. Question is there anything to do once you get everything? Like once you have a max tier ship, is there anything left to do in vanilla?
My ship is still vanilla ship.
Yeah, I know, but like once you get up,
starter CV. I mean,
like once you get everything maxed out, is there anything left to do? Really, I don't know. Clearly, we know like CG has tons of content. Like after you max, you know, your level and shit, right?
yeah, on CG, yeah, it does have more. But the thing is, I already.
So what is new stuff that's on the server that the CG one doesn't have? Have you guys seen anything new? Like have they added any new content?
No, it's just like it's hardcore from vanilla.
So this patch didn't bring any new stuff to the game.
No.
I don't know. Why don't you ask in chat? So far we about went out to where like you did, go to one planet. Now you can't get off a planet. You know, we're out here fucking. We can't see shit because we're fucking trying to survive. Or anyway, I am. So I don't know what Silver doing. I didn't come back in last night.
I can get off a planet now, but I was hopping all around before I got stuck. The only reason why I got stuck is because they blew out my shit.
Yeah.
But I knew better. I knew that I couldn't land anywhere other than a temperate planet because I'm not gonna be able to survive.
There's a planet ocean right here. That's nice. I like that. Oh, trading station. Let's go to train station.
Spot where I'm at though has a bunch of good shit that respawns every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did find a planet that have every resource except 2.
Yeah, there's no resources here, but there's like blown up ships that respawn, and there's those good POIs. That's about it. Can't even see how much the weight my boxes hold in my base because the numbers are so squished together.
Yeah.
I gotta make my stream or my screen bigger.
Hello, I'm back again. That's what she said. You like your screen bigger?
Go
Go get it,
to
you savage.
1440 by 1080. See if I can see it. Nope, wrong box. It's still really squished together. I think it's 208,000 pounds it holds.
Oh, captain's on. World's safe now.
I think I'm gonna come visit you then.
What's going on?
I'll go visit Steven.
Right, don't visit me. I'm just hopping right now.
Oh, you're just hopping around?
Yep.
What resources are you looking for?
Everything.
I got 118 Zaskium alloy that I got from 2 ships that I blew up. That's like, you don't even need a Restrium, because that Zaskium alloy is Restium and Zescosium combined. So I got lucky with them 2 ships I blew up. And I made my laser, so I think I'm going to make a small ship with a laser on it.
Okay, what are you? You are. Okay. What?
Yeah, I should have used that one. I put it on my C. Made one for my CV instead of the SV. I can't use it on the planet, so.
I think, yeah, I'll make a second one for my SV. My thing is when I start making the SV, I'm wondering how bottlenecked I'm going to be. Like, what's the point of mining asteroids on an SV if you probably be overweight and can't move after you mine one asteroid?
Yeah, but if you can man it on, if you can mine on the ground,
Yeah.
you know, if you can dig a hole in the ground, that's what the. I know that
Yeah.
it won't with a CV so far. So, anywho, but I ain't found no asteroids yet out here.
Half blocks,
So,
you suck.
Technically, this planet is resource rich if you count all the ships you can blow up.
I like that analogy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even have to blow them up. My turrets do it for me. Because I have a bunch of turrets under, my base is underground. All I have above ground is like a bunch of turrets and poles. And you can have way more turrets on a base than you can on a ship. Those
Whoa.
numbnuts fly around you and they get their head shot up.
Numbnuts, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Better than dumb shits, huh?
Yeah. I'm going through and unlocking everything now because I've never done it. I got like 1,300 points. And I could come in here and look at it, so I'm just going to unlock everything.
Why not?
Yeah, right?
Unlock it, just do it.
Mm-hmm. Get it done with. You don't have to worry about it no more.
Yep.
It's not like it's hard. They give you enough points, I believe, to unlock everything.
Well, they try to anyway. Oh, stop it. There. And you are supposed to be purplish. Purple-ish. There it is. That's closer to what I don't want you to be, but anyway.
But yeah, when I went to bed last night, I found out, or yesterday afternoon, I found out that you can only have one CPU. And that's when I was like, this is stupid. Realized I thought I was going, okay, well, I just need to make another CV. I'm running out of CPU, right? Nope, you can't make, you can only make one. And that's what really kind of pissed me off. Then right after I found that out, I found out I couldn't use the lasers on the planets with my capital vessel. So I'm like, this is even more stupid. But there's a fantastic asteroid right out in orbit here. There's really not anything else good.
Well, it sucks when you're trying to place things and you find out that it really doesn't matter anymore. And you're like, no! Gotta let me have what I want when I want it.
It'll let you play stuff, but it just won't work.
Okay, let's put these on. Go. Come on now, you can do it. Fill in the
Defense
blanks.
drone. What's a defense? Standard defense drone. Place in a drone bay. Ooh.
You first have to make the drone bay, and then you can put those in. The biggest issue you're going to have is
This
the
is
amount that you can put in there.
Yeah, this is different than the CG server thing. It was under weapons. It's like a personal defense drone, I think. Like it only shoots like animals and people and shit, not ships. I think it's a little tiny
Well, how
one.
rude.
And I want to put my light suit back on because the medium suit sucks ass. You only jump like 10 feet with a fucking rocket launcher or with a jetpack. Put your light suit on, you can like go up really high.
Yep. I actually took one all the way up into space once.
Or the Uber pack, you can fly out of space on no problem. Yeah, I jetpacked all the way to orbit on my hoverboard.
I did that once.
I did because they blew up my mining ship. I was mining on some plasma planet. And, yeah, ship got blown out. Got murdered.
Okay. So right now I need medium blaster cannon charges. Nope, 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 wrong button. Wrong button.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna. I'm putting just a small constructor in my capital vessel because it uses way too much CPU. Gonna use a base to craft stuff with. I'm gonna build a bunch of small bases, I guess.
Sometimes it's best. Get you what you want.
I want to go build a base by them or by Steven when he gets home.
Okay, now that I have the memory of a crack baby, what did I read again?
God
Crack
Start
damn it.
in 5
Crack
minutes.
these motherfuckers.
I just gotta restart, right? God damn it.
I can't even get to a fucking planet. Fucking. Okay.
These assholes.
Yeah, but
I love how grumpy Steven is. He's always ready to quit. I love it.
yeah.
He's always ready to quit. Fuck this stupid. I don't know how long I'll be playing. Fuck this. So he's like the older version of me. I wish you could see through the damn windows in this game. That's what really pisses me off. It's like they give you all these windows, right? See, you're supposed to see through windows. You can't fucking see through them in this game. Like every time I build a ship behind windows, you can't see a damn thing through the windows. Oh.
Well, you can lighten the tent up on them.
Can?
Yeah.
How do you do
change the
that?
Transparency
Really?
with the multi-tool. Yeah, you multi-gun.
Well, that is useful information.
Well, I don't know about in here, but that's what it is in CG. My multi-tool, click on transparency, and then click on the window. Goes from dark to clear. So.
Just make the ship out of windows. We got good hit points.
Oops.
Large windows are 330 kilograms. A steel block, the weakest steel block's 1 ton. How many? I need to look how many kilograms are in a ton. How many kg in a ton? 907 kilograms equals 1 ton. So a carbon composite block is 100 kilograms.
We got to turn the air on, don't we, though? Come on.
Medical detox. Why do I have 2 of you? Okay, so medical detox, medical detox. I don't need 2 of you. On the other hand, I do need.
I'm coming.
Need a medical decontamination. For somebody who's coming, you certainly aren't breathing hard.
Oh, you goofballs. Artificial mass block weighs 250 kilograms.
Still need a cloning station, don't I? Put in the cloning station.
Understand the poise of an artificial mass block that weighs only 250 kilograms. Says it's used to improve some blah 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 stability, blah blah hover capabilities. But it only weighs 250 kilograms, and that a steel block weighs 1 ton, which is 900 kilograms. So why would you? I don't know.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's drop this one. Got tons of that, and I just screwed that up. Good job, Dan. Idjit.
It's like how many hits can a steel block even take before it gets blown out? That's the question.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I mean, a carbon block gets blown out really quick. Couple shots, maybe one. Depends what kind of gun.
Okay. Oh, better idea. Yeah. Hi. We're gonna put it over here someplace where we don't have anything else. What? You know, I need to read. That doesn't do me any good.
I don't already start everything on the CG server when I go back.
Well,
Like, say, if I want to go back to the CG server, I want to just basically start over, scratch. Will I go to the admin, or is there a command for that? Like, restart your character back to level 1 and have nothing? I don't want to do it yet. Is there?
I think you can do B dot reset or white or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen a white meat man or something. I don't want to do it yet. I think when I go back to play on it again, I'm probably going to start over.
What do you know?
Got my turrets in my base not aiming at thrusters, so a lot of the ships they blow up are still like sitting there flying in the sky. Just have to fly up there and basically have to deconstruct their turrets or their thrusters. Then they fall down, but I don't want them. I don't want them to blow up the turrets or the thrusters because they're where all the good shit's at.
What the hell happened? I just got kicked. hell is that? I hate those cactus things.
Heavy windows weigh 880 kilograms. They're almost 1 ton. They're about the same as a steel block. $1,500 hit points. Armored windows have 1,000 hit points.
Brilliant.
Combat steel blocks. I don't know how much. They weigh 4 tons. It doesn't say how many hit points they have. Tell you what, though, combat
like-
steel blocks will fill you up quick. What are you saying?
Don't you have to have a cloner? So if you die, you could go back to your vehicle?
Yeah.
For some reason, I can't put one onto this ship.
Is that SV, CV, or
It's a CV.
CV? Are you
Yeah.
sure the clone is CV?
Yeah, I looked.
You sure
For
you don't
once.
have it already?
I already looked. Yeah, I don't have one on here.
When you click on place down, what does it say on the screen?
Well, it just tells me that it just tells me that it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about it being a place to get scanned into. The only one that has that is the SV version, and I'm like, what the hell is all this going? What does this mean? Where to
That's
go?
kind of weird then.
That's just me in general, though. That just makes it easy. Just being weird.
No, not you. It's probably the game is weird.
No, I'm weird. It's okay. You can say it. I don't mind. I know I am. My wife tells it to me all the time. Right, hon? I'm weird. I'm crazy. I'm nuts. NVTS nuts. Thank you, Ron Carey, wherever you are. Okay, what do we got? Okay, right now I am at 1,780,000. Now, where is... There it is. Alright, let's go find me some ships to build, or shit, or shoot, or crap, or just whatever. Where are you? Hey, dragon's out.
Now, there's different kinds of container controllers. Do
Yeah.
I need a, like... Thought I seen one that's like for something ore and wood.
You can right click when you're going to place it down. Right click chain.
They like...
cargo.
Do they like hold more wood and stuff or make it weigh less? What's the point of keeping them in that or just in a container
Some
controller?
of them hold. Yeah, some of them hold more. Some of them hold less. Some of them is only 1 block, and some
See, I'm gonna
cargo
go
is
pull it up.
1 and 2 block. But the highest is
Let me go pull it up. So it's like I just keep my resources, like when I'm mining, it just goes into my container controller. And then you got this one that says container controller, ore, and wood. Auto loads
that's just the
resources
harvest.
gathered by drill and resources.
Yeah, it's for the harvest boxes. Or you can say harvest box.
If you don't have a harvest box, your laser won't work, I'm assuming.
It is working, but you don't get any resource from it. It's probably going to pop out right on the spot.
Yikes.
My 320,000 box is almost full. Damn, it's so much resource.
Neodymium graphite. Cool. Give me more.
That turret go that I just blew up.
Alright, what do we got? Harvest controller. Brilliant. Solar array defense.
Well, that's weird.
Hundreds. 155s. Tens. You're 55. $400 laser cannon charges.
Went in here. That's weird. I was double connected to Wi-Fi somehow.
How the hell does that happen?
I don't know. I was connected to my base Wi-Fi and connected to my capital vessel Wi-Fi, and I had stuff from both spots on my same bar somehow.
Defense, laser defense. Orbitable outpost. Post.
Lets you do it though. And pull stuff from your CV and your base and put it on the same bar.
we got? Another Merit Cruiser, boring. Fence satellites, agri stations, cutter. Blast cutters are boring. Come on, give me something I can sink my teeth into.
No.
Ah, you fucking son of a bitch.
Biola. URH. Black Cult Harvest Outpost. That sounds like something for a bad movie.
Thank you.
I'm under attack. Rising light is at my base. So glad I just put my shields up. My ship. He's here. Dead already? Turrets just blow stuff up really fast in this game, or what? He's flying really low to the ground. I still can't scan him for some reason. It's really low to the ground now. He got shot a bunch. He only took my shields down to 76, but he had to deal with the turrets for my CV and my base combined. And he ran off. I think I fucked him up really bad, but he's not dead. Should go finish him off. He was eating shots from like 10 turrets. Fucking learn your lesson, motherfucker. That's what happens when you come to my base. You get shot up.
Very nice.
Nutball. Leave my man boobs alone.
What's going on over there?
Don't ruin a story with the truth. Besides, if I told you, you'd probably be disappointed in me. But that's okay. I wouldn't care. All right, come on. Give me some goodies.
It's because I don't have a harvest thing on. Okay. Harvest.
Fridge. What is this? Oh no, we're keeping that stuff. Weapons. Okay.
Fucked him up, I think.
Know what that means?
Oh, nope, he's back. He's back. He's coming
I'm gonna
around
say
too.
he wants you. No, they don't want you?
I don't know. See, he's gonna die though if he keeps hanging around here. It's gonna be over real quick for him. Like he can't take the hits from this many turrets. Like, it's just too much. He ain't no like CG ship. This is vanilla, man. You getting shot at by 10 turrets, you're going down.
Capacitors. That's so weird. No fuel from a fuel depot.
I'm like hiding behind a wall so he can't shoot me. Personally.
It's always good to hide.
Using my drone to build with. I'm getting all tactical.
You doing that old testicle? Excuse me?
All tactical.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something else.
Oh, he's getting shot at again.
That's because of the size of your weapons.
Once you're down to 51%.
Kick his ass. They all want it. They all want it.
I'm so glad I kept the big shield on this.
Does make a difference, doesn't it?
Well, the one shield has 2,500. This second one has 18,000, so it's definitely makes a huge difference. I'm able to help defend my base, at least now. I don't have to run like a little bitch.
You know what? It's okay to be a little bitch. We all are at least once or twice in our lives. It's okay. We don't hold it against you much. Besides, you're among friends here. At least some of the time.
He's circling around. He's going to lose his ship, and I'm going to have more goodies. See how
You
it
know what
is.
he's doing? He's trying to see if he can pull you to come out. He wants you to try. Kick.
Well, my
his
ship's not even
ass.
finished. It's not even airtight yet.
So, do you have the weapons on it that you can do it?
Probably. I
Then
don't
go
know.
kick his ass.
No, I took one of the turrets off. I only have 2 turrets on it right now. I had 3. What?
That sounds like a personal issue to me.
Need to make sure I have enough ammo in my turrets because they've been shooting a lot too. I might have to craft some more ammo.
Oh, thank God they turned off the Apple Music.
I got a little bit of ammo left in there. I think I'm crafting more.
I don't want to set the world on fire. You're 556. Give me more 556.
I don't even have a shield on my base, but I just have my turrets spread out on like pillars, right? So you can't really just you can shoot it pretty much one at a time, you know. It's just gonna take a while.
Sounds to me like you got a choice to make. Let them live, let them die.
No, I mean it's fine. I don't need it. My base is underground. Put above ground, all I have is solar panels and like pillars of turrets going up, spread out.
Oh, here we go.
Ah. Yep. Just 8. Time to play now.
What is it?
I say I just I just ate. So now it's time to play the game.
I just got killed by
Wait,
that
I have
shit.
Welcome
most.
back.
I have most kill. What the fuck?
You're in queue, are you?
That ship just killed me inside of my ship.
Now that's rude.
That is super rude.
Kick his ass. Tell him you didn't like it.
I don't have a wall.
Yeah.
I think you need to go get yourself a DeWalt, and you need to just take his nuts and clip him to a wall. Make him, that way he'll understand that you're mad.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm weird. It's okay. My wife tells me this all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
It's okay. You can laugh. It doesn't bother me. If I can't laugh at myself, I can't laugh at anybody else. So, laughter is a good thing.
Thing is, I want to build my ship, but I don't take my shields down to do it. When there's a ship flying around me, shooting at me.
I wish you were over in my area. I would come over and I wish you were on
Close,
CG.
yeah.
I'd come by and cover you. But you're not on CG,
Will be again.
are you?
I will be again someday.
Someday my prince will come.
You can jump over from CG. Just warp dry to vanilla.
Yeah, that's gonna work well.
Yeah.
I believe that's it.
Holy shit.
When did shit become holy?
Yeah. The this planet is an ocean planet and is very large planet.
Very lush.
Remember, it's not the size; it's how you use it.
Oi. they like large, long. Yeah.
Who's they? Who's they? Who are you talking about?
I don't know. I have no clue. What you're talking about, I don't know.
Sure, I've heard this before. Checks in the mail and everything else.
You don't know, I don't know. How do I get oxygen fast?
Find a space station. Usually a place like a
Oxygen tank. I know, but what I mean, I need on my ship.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking something else.
No, you're not sorry.
Actually, I am, because, normally I
Oh,
like to
you
keep my
are?
mouth
Okay.
shut. Yeah, this time.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, look, I've learned from Captain, okay? Just give me a break. Here we go.
Yeah, I want to eat something.
Good. We need all this.
Aren't my shields recharging?
Huh?
My shields aren't recharging.
Because it's take damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to wait a few seconds.
Oh, I've been
It
waiting.
depends on. It also depends on what the shield recharge, which one you have. It's going to say how long it's going to take to recharge. Like example, 15 seconds or 10 seconds. It depends on which one you have. I think the base one is how much was
This
that?
one's 18,000 shield.
Yeah, but it should say like warm up, and then like how many seconds there is.
The auto group. Shields. Shields and force shields. It's polarized hull shield.
They're coming. coming to get you, Barbara.
Just says hit point
With blood.
capacity 18,000.
Yeah, but that is only shield. It's not reshot.
Huh?
It's not the reshot one. You need
So-
to just type reshot or shield reshots or some shit like that.
So I need to actually build a recharger for the shield? That's what you're saying?
What? How are you? I mean, you don't need it.
Well, I do. If I want my
It's
shield to
help.
go back to 100%, I do.
Well,
No,
it'll
no,
go
no. Listen.
faster with the recharger.
Listen, if you don't have the reshot, it's going to reshot it by itself.
It's not recharging at all right now. Like, it will not recharge. It's staying at 51%.
So type in that command. Do you have a shield generator? Do you have that?
All I have is that one thing I was telling you. I do not have a shield generator. Do I need to make one? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you need to make one. Yes.
Type in generator.
Shield generator, yeah. Wait, before that,
Shield
which server
extender.
you talking about?
Vanilla.
Vanilla, okay.
So I got to use the compact shield generator as well with the polarized hull shield. I got to use both of them.
No. No, because you have to. So
Yes, you could.
the compact one is basically the tier 1. So the other one you say polarized.
Mm-hmm. Hull shield.
That one is tier 2. It's like it's better
It says
than
tier
the
1.
compact one.
The compact
know,
says
but
tier
it's not-
0. The tier hull shield says tier 1, but it's not recharging at all. It's not getting its shield back. There's literally nothing else that shows up on the shield. So how do I get this thing for my shield to recharge? Oh my
Do
god!
you have the that thing on your tank?
On my tank.
Paxo or what that thing called?
Pentaxid?
I cannot find it. Pentaxid, yeah. Do you have that?
Oh, that might be the problem. I might be out of Pentaxid.
Because you need that to
Yeah.
for the shield.
I
to
bet you
recharge.
that's what it is. I'm probably out of Pentaxid. You're right. It's out of Pentaxid.
Mhm.
How can you do that to yourself?
Yep.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
And good call though. Good recall on what
Yes.
needs.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Very good help.
Welcome.
Just learn how to play the game. Duh.
I mean, it's happened.
Oh.
It's happened. I mean, even me. Sometimes I don't even know about it.
It's a
just
serious
like, yeah.
situation, you know, because like I literally have a giant fucking ship coming around my base. Like I need to get that shit back up, you know, like it's important.
Yeah, that kind of can be important.
I mean, I need to go cut fucking wood now. Can't make any more ammo. My turret's been shooting too much here. A fucking chainsaw.
Most of my ammo, I don't even craft them. I just buy them from station.
Well, that's because you got 10 bazillion from all of those vehicles that you took apart.
That's what happened to me, dude. I took a bunch of parts of vehicles and I got a ton of shit I needed. Like Zascosium alloy is expensive as fuck. To make Zascosium alloy, it would cost, or 50. Oh my gosh, it would probably cost over 1 million credits just to make 50 Zascosium alloy because it takes 5 estrium and 5 Zascosium for each one, and they cost 1,000 each for the ore. No, it's 25.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, no. One Zascosium alloy takes 25 Zascosium ore and 25 estrium. And then there are 1,000 each, so that's 50,000 per one Zascosium alloy. It's a lot of money.
That's a crap ton of money.
Yeah.
Who's got that
20,000?
kind of funds?
That's easy.
Because it takes, Zascosium alloy takes 5 Zascosium ignites and 5 Estrium ignites.
Ignic.
So it's super expensive. Yeah.
Ingots.
Yeah.
Ingots.
Ignic.
Ignites. Ingot.
Fucking game.
Ingot.
Ingots.
There we go.
Fuck mine from the vendor. I blew up the ship flying around my base to take it from him.
I wish we have a better scanner, like it's go farther than this one. Like CSG or something like that is going so far when you scan.
My shit's all fucked up right now. Picked up my backpack and all my weapons went on my Wi-Fi somehow.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
And you probably had your Wi-Fi on.
You know. This UCH heavy rifle blows up drones. That shit don't fuck around. That'll blow up anything. It damages everything.
That sounds like some of my ex-girlfriends.
Except I don't have ammo.
Everything.
I killed a drone with it last night.
I like the other one more. EM pulse rifle, epic. I like that one.
I want them all. I need to go loot that place again today. It has like 10 of those alien containers.
Where's that?
But
What?
That does the EMO rifles.
EM pulse rifle, epic. I got that
Where do
from
you get those?
POI.
What POI?
I know. I run so many POI.
that's all he does is a
I've been running
POI.
so many of them.
He's a POI man.
He's a POI slut. What are you telling me? I mean, come on.
Nah, like a bandit POI.
Abandoned ones are the best.
Like
Well,
the
this
one that
is-
I did yesterday. I don't remember the name, but that thing is so have like underground town under that a bandit
Oh, this
base
is-
or whatever.
I think I'm
It's
about to.
a city underground. What the fuck?
I think I'm gonna have to get out the survivor tool just to make gas for my chainsaw. Because I used all my fucking wood.
How'd you do that?
Because the game makes you always run out of shit. Vanilla. Just what it does.
Wait. Hey, listen.
Hmm.
Look at this. Just to be sure, don't tell anybody. Just us, right? Just us. Just us. Don't tell anyone else. Look at this.
But look at what?
Where are you?
Yeah,
I don't see anything.
I'm steaming.
I can't look at your stream right now because I'm under attack.
There it is.
I'll do it later.
Where the hell are you? Airspace soul, I heard. Ocean. Okay, you're on an ocean
Oh,
planet.
good.
Got it.
I got biofuel. Sweet. I got some biofuel.
Alright, Steve, look at this. You also play vanilla. Look at this. So you see I have only 600,000 coins, right?
Yeah.
Look at this.
If I look, I know I'll get pissed, so I'm not gonna look.
So you clicked on that to grab the consoles?
600,000 for console.
Yeah.
You know
Right.
how broken that thing is?
Yeah.
And the trader that have this name, Cole, almost every trader have this guy that buying the console. So you can like pretty much flying around on one planet and so you can get all to 3 million in like 5 or 10 minutes.
Name of that planet?
If you have the console, of course.
What's the name of the
I
sun?
have them coughed.
Oh.
What you say?
What's the name of that
What's
sun?
what the planet's name is?
No, it doesn't matter what planet that is, but it have to be the faction
I wanna know what system
colorness
you're in right now.
system.
Yeah, hit. Yeah, there you go.
I don't
Hold
know.
that right there a minute. Hang on.
It could be anywhere. I'm fine on this system also. This that system, that system. It could be anywhere.
What are you showing now?
See, you ain't even. You know, you're no. I'm no. Hey, go back to where they had that sun. Keep going. Well, it's okay. Hold right there a minute.
Kind of sheets? What kind of cheats is he showing us? What are the cheats? Tell me the cheats. Break to the business here.
Not a sheet.
Okay. I wrote it down. K&M. It's K&M area.
Halley Alpha,
So no. Not only this
K-M
system.
system.
Well, see,
could-
here's the deal. Where you're at, in that area over there, you got all that crap over there. Where I'm at out here, we don't have that shit. So.
Yeah, but do you see the line that I've been warping?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, almost every system that have
Mine's a
that
G
over
system.
There, over where you're at, but not where we're at. Well, at least where I'm at anyway.
I know, but
We
yeah,
don't have that.
yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it. So what I did is I went to this guy trader, coal trader. It could be anywhere, any system. So you go to him, right? Just look how much. Oh, it doesn't show now because I saw it. So he buy the console. So console, you know how cheap to craft a console. Just look how cheap that thing is, right? And you go sell to him. He buy 1,000, almost 1,000, like 500. I mean, 900 up to 1,000 per piece. Just take 1,000 there and then times 660. I mean 61. You can get over 600k in just few seconds. So money on vanilla is fixed. You don't need to go mine gold.
So what do you do to get gold?
I buy them.
What are you selling? Decos?
No, console right here.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
You make those and sell them?
Yeah, because
How much do they sell for? Because it says he doesn't have a price.
900. It's because it's full stock.
Yeah.
So it's between 900 to 980.
How do you get the decos? You just craft them?
Just craft them, yeah. And it's so cheap to craft them. I mean, you can also like craft maybe here. Take equipment that sell for 350. So if you take let me see. Let me put up this 360 times how many you take? 891. That is 320,000 right there. If you sold it to him. That's so easy to make money. I don't remember. Does this one have more trader? I forgot. No, it doesn't look like that.
I can't even build till I kill this ship. Keeps camping me.
Yeah, just look. I have 2 of them. Just keep crafting the console for me. Jeez.
I'd like to apologize for the burp that came over a couple seconds ago. That was the wife saying hello.
Hello.
Come on. Weapons salvage ships.
Ah, you want some ammo? Steve? Steven?
What?
You want some ammo?
I've been making ammo.
Can give you some.
I'm getting ready to die. Where the fuck is this place? Doo-doo-doo-doo. There it is, old dude.
Oh, this plan is so huge.
How huge is it?
You just have to ask her. Yeah.
She just pointed and laughed. Come on. What?
What?
Nothing about you, sweetie. We're not talking about you. It's not always about you.
Yes, it's
My wife
always
talking
about her.
Now they're saying now it's about you because you're getting involved. She almost choked on her breakfast. And that part too. Right back.
Yeah. What is that? I haven't seen that before. Is that POI? Have you seen the destroy mining tower before?
Droid mining tower? Might have.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it's POI though. Seem like this planet don't have abandoned POI.
Finally, I think I'm finally sealed in. I'm out of this. This look like this one doesn't have POI.
Snap your own POI, why don't you? What? My wife's making weird noises.
No, Oh
Yes,
my
honey.
God.
Probably go outside and make sure my ship isn't being destroyed. All right, all right. Oh, I see. It's just shooting for the sake of shooting. What the hell? Oh. I'm an idiot. Alright. Turn off those.
Right, fucking. So on all those land masses on this planet, they got traders on them, huh? No name?
What do you break?
No name?
Yeah, I think you went AFK.
Yeah, I'm here. What?
So all these land masses, I'm on this planet. So,
What? The planet I just went to?
well, the one you showed.
It doesn't have to be that planet.
Anyway,
If you look up the faction, bring up the faction.
I thought we was in the same faction.
No, I mean the NPC faction.
I got the Traders Guild, Free Colonists, and
Free colonists. It have to be free colonists.
oh, Free Colonists.
Yeah, it have to be free colonists. So it could be anywhere, any system, or any planet. It could be anywhere, but it have to be faction free colonists. So if you go to that station, there's always one of that NPC buying that. Always.
It's called Free Colonist what?
The faction. Free
too, man.
colonists.
Okay.
Or you just look at the color. It's white color or gray color, and it's called COL. Coal.
At least ain't dying from fucking freezing my nuts off.
That's always a nice thing.
I got one of those EVA things that gives you like another -150 temperature thing.
Yeah, but Eva thing is doesn't help if
If it's cold, it does.
you on the if you on the planet, it doesn't. It's
Well, it
only
depend.
help
How
when
cold
it's
is
on the
it?
space.
If it's not like
It only
more
helps in
than,
space. I realize that.
it only works in space.
It's only work on space. Yes.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's been like that for long.
Yeah, it's
I
been
don't
like
know.
that. Yeah, I agree.
So Eva is doesn't work on the planet.
I couldn't get them damn. Well, I made 6 of them damn heaters on that one planet. That didn't help shit. Stacked them
Yeah,
up.
the heat planet is yeah, is
No, that was on that
more
last planet I
dangerous than the
looked at.
cold. The booster doesn't help that much. The heat planet. I think can we get the red booster?
I don't know if there's a weight booster for the maybe it might be.
I haven't found any dead planet yet. I want to get to the dead planet. There's a lot of POI.
Say dead planet. There's a lot of POIs.
Yeah, it's like POI for service shit. If you want to service for the resource.
So everything's been blown to shit there. Makes sense.
So I'm out from core. Okay. Really backbone for. I just keep walking around. No.
I'll be back with the 20.
All right, got enough wood, I think. We'll go out to space for once. Snatch up
Should I just
this.
go?
I'm gonna snatch up this pentaxid.
Yeah, do that before somebody else do.
Well, respawns every day, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
To be honest. They do? Oh, okay.
Most do. Well, matter of fact, I went and did some stuff I did yesterday, and then it was respawn. So
Yeah, I just walking around. I don't even know what I'm.
Yay, my ship's airtight now. Woohoo!
well, let me see.
What a recovery.
Okay, this is maybe good. Be good.
Ship right there. It won't even tell me what it is. Just a quick. Oh, it's colonist. Hack on Sunseeker. Cool, it's a friend.
Let's go. That's it. And let's see if there are any POI.
I guess it went back to a question mark. I think that's pentaxid right there. That's what it looks like. It has a question mark on it, but it looks like pentaxid on my map.
No, is icon for resource. It could be anything, but they have icon for resource like that.
So it's definitely one of those are Pentax. And you go that way. There's only like 3 resources here. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, see, look, I discovered it. It's on the other side of the planet, right here. It's Pentax. Point. Move on approach. Accept.
Yeah, the hardest part is get out from the started planet or system.
Not really. It's not that hard. Hardest part's when you get off the starter planet and then you go look around and somebody blows up your shit. That's the hard part. Getting off the starter planet was easy.
I got this CV that I'm using right now. I got it on the starter
planet. I know you did. I told you, man. Like, if you try, go start over again. Get off the starter planet at like level 12 and tell me how easy it is. When you can't even mine shit with lasers, like, it's a bitch. But it was fun.
I'm on Astro with the surviving too.
It's fun. But like, it was a fun process. Now I'm like rich on resources. Like I don't have tons of it, but I have Zescosium alloy. Like I don't need Yharim or Zescosium right now, which is nice. Because I mean, I can make more lasers, but it's pointless. I can't use them. Like I'm so limited, right, with the fucking CPU. So I don't even need Zescosium or Yharim right now. Oh shit, here's a ship right here. That's a bad man. What is that? It's a hunter. How strong are hunters? Want to fight, bitch?
Oh,
want to die? You got dead one. Huh?
Wait.
What's a hunter? It looks like a small ship, but it has shields.
Hunter is it's more CV that
it's a CV?
Yeah. It's
doesn't
more
look that
CV
big.
is going to hunt for you, and it also when it's low on help or whatever, it can call for the backup.
You can call for backup.
Yeah,
so I probably shouldn't fuck with it. I only have 3 turrets right now.
No, I can destroy this. What the fuck? Okay.
It's 2 miles away.
Oh. You can find something. Bro, leave me alone.
Oh yeah, this is working quick. Oh, this laser feels so good to be zapping with laser finally.
What the fuck? So did I just find that on accident? I found this on accident? What the fuck?
Find a good POI.
No, not POI. I found a crate by accident.
My turret shooting at?
I just shoot down the floor. I saw that I can damage it, and then I just destroy it. And then somehow I found a crate down there.
Oh, those are fun to do. I like those things.
See, right here. Because the spider, they spawn right on this spot. So I shoot at the spider. Wait, is that? No, okay. Oh, okay. It's right here. Right there. There. Okay.
Pentaxid weighs a lot too. That's what's fun.
Yeah, they do. That's kind of weird. At least I know there's a hitting crate. Oh, I'm probably going to move this. Yeah, I should probably remove this and then put more. Yeah, why not?
I don't know what my turrets just shot at, but they shot at something. And they stopped shooting.
Probably NPC.
On an asteroid?
I don't know.
I don't see no. There's nothing out here. It's just an asteroid. But, yeah.
Drones or something? Could
I
be.
didn't. No drone. Scanner sucks ass in vanilla. Don't scan shit.
Yeah, they are bad. Yes. And sometimes you have to go really, like close to it. Like maybe 250. Then you can see what resource that thing is. Oh my god, I can keep farming this. Okay, why not?
Shit. My turret's shooting at. Shooting again at something. I don't know. They're shooting at something. Turrets are angry, man. They want food. They want to murder shit. They're like, let me go kill that hunter. Let's see how much of Traw laser drone. What the fuck is that? Some laser drone just flew by me. Fucking won't let me move in my own ship. Like stuck in my cockpit. What the fuck? £7,000 out of 40,000 in ore so far. Yeah, one laser's kind of slow.
You mean on CV?
Still taking a while. Still gonna take like 5 minutes to mine out this Pentaxid asteroid.
Yeah, you need at least 2.
I don't know if I want to make another one. I might make it on a small vessel. My next one's gonna be on a small vessel. But then again, I don't know if the small vessel can hold any weight. So it's like I don't
Yeah,
know.
you don't do small vessel. If you do small vessel, only do for fighting.
I like
for
mining.
harvesting.
I like mining on planets, so that's a thing. But guess you just can't mine on planets with a CV.
Nope. I've already traded.
Pissed me off last night. Almost quit. Almost went back to CV. It's DG server. How much CP do these lasers cost? I can make 3 of them.
How much it's
How
used
much?
or what?
Yeah. How much CPU does each laser cost? Because I can make a couple more of them. I just don't know.
It's used 4,000.
4,000. That's a lot. Hold on, let me see how much I got left. Oh, that ain't bad. Oh, I can make like 10 of them. Man. I got a lot left. Well, they probably use a lot of electricity though. Let's see, my electricity is only at 6.
The thing is though, you can turn on and off stuff. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be 100.
Really only uses a lot of electricity when it's starting up the shields.
But only thing you need to worry about is generator.
I have like 10 small generators in my ship right now. Because the bigger ones cost way too much CPU. I don't even want to make the better ones because they cost a shit ton of CPU.
Yeah, but it's give you more.
Yeah, but it's still not worth it, I don't think. I'd have to do the math. I mean, they use a lot of CPU.
Yeah, they do.
I'd rather sacrifice space than use a ton of CPU, you know?
Where the heck am I?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, right now I'm lost, dazed, and confused.
You're in Montana at your computer desk.
Oh my God, you're good. Now, do you know where in Montana?
You told me, I forget where.
Somewhere where the men and the sheep are nervous.
Mm-mm.
Well, and the cows.
I feel really good about storing all my shit underground. That makes me feel very comfortable knowing my stuff is protected underground.
Problem with that is if it's not deep enough, they will keep hitting you just like you would with anything else. I've had stuff that was very deep once, and they just kept hitting the place. So you got to make sure you've got a good weapons above, as well as a good shield.
I don't even have a shield on my base.
Why not?
You should have, because they do keep attacking.
I don't know. My turrets seem to fuck everything up. I mean, I haven't had any like dreadnoughts attack my base yet. I don't even know if there's dreadnoughts in vanilla.
Yeah, but the longer the base stay, the harder POI coming.
That's awesome. It's actually making me a little horny thinking about that.
I'm so sorry. What was that last part?
Because I want to get attacked. I love doing base defense. It's fucking awesome.
Not what I thought I heard from you.
Yeah,
Anyway.
base defense turns me on. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's scary. I think I'm just gonna say, okay. Firing direction is blocked, and I gotta find what's blocked.
My ship feels fat already with mining this asteroid.
I saw that at somebody's house, and I love in your kitchen.
I think I'm gonna make 3 lasers.
Lasers.
Yeah, the mining lasers.
I only use 3. No, I don't need.
Yeah, I feel like 3 would feel good. 1's not enough. 3 sounds like it feels pretty good. 2 would definitely sound better.
It's not the size; it's how you work with it. Now, come on.
You just need to squeeze that in, bro. Huh?
My God, I've taken out your shield. How come I'm not able to take out that damn... 1 down.
Okay, I'll find you one. Yes, Mom.
How much fuel do I have?
That's 2.
I'm gonna put you on my stream too, no name. I'm gonna put you in the corner. Oh, you're already in it.
Come on. My God, that's a slow reload.
You're now officially on YouTube now, no name.
God damn it.
Anything you guys say and do will be used in the court of YouTube. So don't say any bad
Not
words.
again.
You guys don't say it anyways.
No shit, really?
Bloody hell.
No, the bad words. You know what I'm talking about.
No fucking
No.
way.
The bad words. The ones that
Like
get
what?
monetized, or the ones that they fucking ban you for. The bad words.
What? Democrat, Republican? What?
Yeah, don't say those. Those are borderline. I mean, you could say those, but that'll scare away some of the viewers.
All right, remember
Oh,
that.
shit.
I think it. Hold on, let me. Yeah, yep.
Okay, first off.
I don't know, man. Still know how I feel about CV at this point in the CPUs. I feel like I really have to make a small vessel and feel it out. You know?
Yeah,
What you
it's good to have both of them.
my shield's better.
Do they
than
have
your
midnight
shield.
planets on vanilla?
Shield's better than yours.
I don't know about that.
That whatever we have on any of the other ones, they should have there. Now you got to remember the only difference is going to be the added ones. Vanilla usually is going to be the supposed to be the easier of all, just because of the fact it's not doing the same things. So if we have it, they should have it. Honestly,
I think vanilla should be easier.
I think
In
he's
some
yeah,
respects,
too.
and if you want to buy that, I have some swampland available for you.
I'm gonna tell
Few
you, man,
bridges.
I ain't buying it.
Oh shit, dude!
Sure.
This capital vessel has a big ass thruster on it. I need to. Oh damn! I need to make a core
Big
and
is it?
take it. It's one of the
How
big
big is
ones.
that?
It's one of the really big ones that are expensive to make.
Did you hear that, Doc?
Oh, I can't put it on my ship. I don't have enough CPU, but I can keep it for later. See it on the
Tom,
stream?
Did you hear that? He said the big one.
The big,
the-
big
Yeah, I
one.
know.
Yeah, look, I'm streaming
Big,
right
Big
now.
one, big one.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Big one.
I caught it.
I'm
Oh, no,
parked
I caught
right
it.
next
I
to
was
it.
just trying to ignore it.
Come to my look on my stream. Look how big that thruster is compared to mine. It's like 5 to 8 times bigger. I'm parked right next to it.
Are you telling me your thruster's bigger?
Mhm. I'm gonna steal it. I gotta make a core though.
Light laser cannon, where do I have you? Gotta find you.
Almost out of oxygen already. What the fuck?
If you're on the space, put
No,
on the
I'm not in space. I'm back on the planet. Fuck! I can't jump. Gotta make a core though.
I don't think you can put it on the.
Crashed one because it's a respawnable one. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you can.
It's got a monster thruster on it. I can try to retrieve blocks. But oh, look at this thing! This thing is loaded. Yeah, it's a thruster regular L. It's humongous. Why are the thrusters on?
SL?
It's a
It's
bug.
not that big.
It's bugged.
Is this it? No, it's something else. Right here.
Well,
Oh, hello.
Thruster has 5,600 life.
Hello? My name
Oh
is
god, it
Yharim.
gave me 8 power coils. That's pretty good.
Oh, good. That's
Hello.
good.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
It's a good thruster.
My name is.
My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff.
you know what?
My name's Jeff. Yes, yes, yes. Threats detected. Yes, yes, yes. Shut up. Come on. Put you guys back in here.
Or this
Give me
ship
some
has like
more.
green stuff growing on it, and the thrusters were still running.
Come on
I
now.
think it's a bug. I think my buddy telling me that was a bug before. It'll look like the thrusters are running on crashed ships.
You know what? I need more turrets. I want to fight some.
Some bad mans.
Yeah. And of course I cannot.
Look at me. I'm doing this shit again. I'm running around when I could be using my drone. Silly.
Now that to me sounds like a real personal issue. Have you seen a doctor?
Can't believe how many thrusters this ship still has on it. It's unreal. It has over like 20 of them.
Yeah, but have you seen the Star Destroyer?
Yeah, I know. They're fucking low. Do they have Star Destroyers on the vanilla though?
No, they don't. I mean, they do have something that looks like it. Star Destroyer. And it's not that big either.
Wonder what the biggest ships are on vanilla.
Okay. Here we go. Shields are up.
I wish I would have seen this one yesterday. Holy shit. This is on the part of the planet I haven't discovered yet.
Yes, you work now. Let's go get this motherfucker.
This ship's like completely above ground. Usually you have to dig them out. So this is a nice one. I'll be coming back for this tomorrow. Well, I don't even think I'll need to. I'm starting to get so many resources now.
Here we go.
That thing is like on the underground. Wait, what the heck?
Yeah, underground ships take forever to dig out. Finding them above ground like this is a fucking jackpot.
You want to salvage some shit?
Hey, not really. I'm not doing it now. Like I was just trying to go
you
back
see-
to base and I came across this thing.
Look at my Steam.
Yeah, I see you. You're on a dead planet?
Look how many.
Yeah.
No, not dead planet. It's a flossing, not sure something, not true. I don't know. Something. There's a whole bunch of them here. Look.
Yeah. Are they capital vessels though, or are they like little ones?
Yeah, that one right there.
Okay.
I can't really
It
see
looks
it.
like it's not that much damage either.
There are two. The second one should be right
I'm
over
good. I got all the thrusters and guns off this thing, so there wasn't any guns on it. So
Oh shit. What's that?
dude, all those berries rotted already. Some bullshit.
What's this one?
I know it. Fucking decayed. Fucking terrible.
I just forgot that I have mission on. So let's do this.
Yeah, there's a big ass ship right there. It's spying on me. What's that?
Shoot him.
It's the Rising Light one. That's the one that follows me around everywhere.
Shoot him right on the
GAL.
X.
Huh?
He's your buddy.
Not
He
my
wants
buddy.
It. He wants it bad.
Wants to die. I don't even think he has any guns left. I shot the fuck out of him so much. I killed him yesterday. He like despawned when I was fucking harvesting him.
Come on now.
No bother with him
Jeez.
right now. I need to get back to base to get some food.
Destroy the drone?
Poor, I know you're out here.
I'm gonna be starving soon. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Colonists are all over here.
Yeah, do not kill them.
Oh, I know, they're my best friends.
One deposit. What's that? Oh,
Come on.
Rising Light's not that strong. I mean, it's scary when you're by yourself on foot, but it's not that. I mean, it's not that heavily geared. And like, it'll definitely spawn camp you though. If you're on foot.
Mhm.
Brought food with me, but it yeah, it's gone.
Well, there ain't much of this ship left. I'm Swiss cheesing the hell out of it. Let's get out of here.
Ship's feeling really mobile for all that shit I mined and deconstructed, which is nice. Means I got enough thrusters on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty much dead in the water here.
The ship that I have right here, it's underground. This thing is fucking massive. This is
How
just the
big is
mid
it?
check. It's just a midsection, right? But it's the midsection's probably 10 times bigger than my ship, at least. I mean, this thing is humongous.
That's what she said.
But it's buried underground, most of it. I've already have it dug out. You can see my ship next to it. It's just the midsection's nuts. Crash DSE2, whatever that thing is.
Sure about the guy who was naked walking to a psychiatrist's office? Psychiatrist looked over and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I can clearly see your nuts." Now, come on, that was funny.
I was looking at what my turrets were shooting at. And I was
Sure, we'll go with that as the answer. I understand.
trying to land at my base, and there's a bunch of turrets shooting that shit, so I didn't know what the fuck it was.
What the flock? Oh well. You've got to get these destroyers. They certainly don't like to go easy, do they? Oh shit. Well. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure procrastination. Living here you will find unto your procrastination. We'll begin with a
You just joined the mute list, bud.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get off. I'm tired.
You're going to bed, yeah.
Cap,
Good
did you have any
job.
insult, Cap? Holy God, that thing despawned fast. when I sing, frogs within 50 paces go sterile.
The heck, I thought I put that in already. Is there a way to eat shit directly out of your fridge without having to put it in your inventory?
Yeah.
Hey.
Right click.
Yeah.
Right click. What is it?
Right click.
Okay. Oh, that is awesome.
You didn't know?
Nope.
Okay.
You know.
Does
Now
now.
you know. Now you know, yeah.
I do the same thing with the emergency rations.
Yeah, same.
Emergency some rations don't go bad though, right?
Right.
They're awesome.
Oh,
That's it. There we go.
I better check on my beacon.
Spot.
Oh yeah.
I need more space.
But I got.
So what's max weight at the base?
320,000 is max on space and on ship or base. It's max on everything. 320,000 and is 40 boxes. Oh wait, I may want to turn the turret on. The heck?
I have 220,000 now, I think.
Gentlemen, would you happen to know, do you have to keep things like the hacking software or the standard key cards in your under your player inventory? Or can you leave it in one of your boxes and still be able to use it?
Is it?
these are things like the hacking software and the
I've never
standard
used that before.
exploration?
Never used
Oh,
hacking
okay.
software before. I couldn't answer you. I should know.
I haven't bothered with any of that myself, but I've got them stacked up in my VBs. I got plenty of them if I ever start.
Okay.
But I haven't tried yet.
Now I'm worried if my base isn't deep enough underground.
You never have visited a tavern yet, have you, Dan?
No.
You in a place where you got a teleporter?
I have a teleporter on board my ship.
How and where are you at?
Right now I'm over in I'm currently over in Xerex space.
I don't know if you're going to be in range unless you got the enhanced teleporter on your ship.
Not that I am aware of.
What about making your text bigger in your UI? Is that possible? So hard to see the base weight. Can't seem to see it.
The base weight?
Yeah, it won't let me see how much volume in the base I can hold. Honestly, I think I'm better off without having a shield up my base because that'll let me put more turrets up.
Not having a shield, especially on a planet where you're going to get attacked, is not a good idea.
Well, it's underground. They can't
It
shoot the
still
dirt.
doesn't matter.
And I have all my only thing I have above ground is like turrets and they're spread out. I'm just thinking though, it's like if I use a shield, then I don't have a lot of CPU, right? I can have a lot more turrets without a shield. If I use a shield, then I can't have very many turrets.
Well, CPU is inactive in this game, so
No, I'm on the vanilla server right now, playing vanilla.
Well, I have seen them fire through rock and still kill me and everything else. So
Yeah, well, I've had them fire through rock, but not underground. But they were saying that they'll shoot through down at the ground at your base anyways. And I'm thinking like AoE splash.
Yeah, if you're not like down far enough.
Yeah. So I'm not down very far. It's a bit concerning. Probably going to move out of this area though. And you can only carry so much weight, you know. It's like once you fill a base up, you're pretty much done with it. You can't use it anymore.
Yeah, I was playing vanilla earlier today, and I made an HV and went to pull all my stuff out of my beginning, that constructor you throw on the ground.
Uh-huh.
I had it full of stuff, and I filled up my SW and still had a boat ton of stuff left in my constructor. I'm like, well, that ain't worth a damn.
It's frustrating. You know, it's very frustrating.
That's the reason why I don't like playing with volume on, because volume's a pain in the ass. I can handle having to deal with CPU, but volume's just a pain in the ass.
Worst part is when you break a container extension that breaks your link with all the rest of them, and then you got all this shit on the ground, and you can't place it anywhere, and you don't like have any volume anywhere to like place the stuff just so you can even use Wi-Fi. You're like, fuck. I did that yesterday.
What is it? Dark Exchange? DARC?
Yep. Base is made by Dark. Cheapest place to buy ammo.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
Dark's the admin dude,
Well, I guess
right? Yeah.
Dark's the owner.
Yeah, the
of the
owner.
server.
They got
Well, I
dark
guess it's
dollars
better
at the Empire shop. Dark
At least
dollars
it's
worth
better
like a
than trying to
gajillion
pay Dork.
bajillion.
Could be Dork.
Dork.
No, Darks are worth a million apiece. So 1,000, which is what I have, is worth 1 billion credits.
What?
A dark dollar is
Jesus.
like a jabillions. It's like a
One
bajillion
dark credit
credits.
is worth 1 million.
1 million credits?
1 million
Wow.
credits. So 1,000 dark cards, which is what I have in my VB, is the equivalent of 1
Oh my
billion
God,
credits.
not today. Oh my God.
So basically what I'm saying is like, okay, so I have like pillars going up and I have everything spread out really far. So it's like, they can't, it's like, do you want to have 20 turrets and no shield? Or do you want to have like 5 turrets and a shield, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, that's kind of what I'm kind of feeling out right here.
I'd rather have the shield and the extra turrets, and then just make sure you put on T2 turrets instead of T1 turrets.
No, you won't be able to have T2 turrets like that. The CPU is bullshit. I don't even think I could even have one like high tier turret with the low level CPU. This shit uses up so much.
No way.
Well,
Okay.
add CPU.
You can't. I can't.
Yeah, you can. You can make.
But I can't.
CPU
I can't. I can't make them. I need what is it? Let me tell you what I need.
Probably gold.
Yeah, gold, large Opponix bridge, something. Probably yeah.
Electronic
I think it's
bridges.
gold.
Which for that you're gonna need quantum processors and
Gold.
diamonds. Gold and
Expensive
diamonds.
shit. Expensive shit. Yep, that I don't have yet.
Okay, that's hotel.
Well, get your ass in gear and get to mining, bitch.
It's not that easy in vanilla. I literally got ships fucking camping me, bro.
I'm telling you, I would freaking turn the if it's a single player game. I think you could turn the volume
It's
off.
not.
I would through that shit.
Multiplayer.
Yeah, it's the official server thingy.
Elon
So-
Gaming Studios.
Okay, bar. These should be ones.
It's brutal. I've been killed like 200 times, I think, in a week, less than a week.
Well, let me get a gun and I'll come over there and kill you again, and you can be 201.
I don't think you can make it over here. You probably get killed 200 times trying to just get to me.
I am pretty freaking wicked with some guns in my hand. Even in game.
But yeah, you can't kill a capital vessel with your gun?
Well, not in vanilla, no.
Yeah, exactly.
But in freaking like this game right here, you know, like in CG, I use the anti-material rifle in ship mode, and I blow holes in shit.
I can't wait to do that. I'm gonna have to do that soon.
Let's see, where was I headed? Oh, I was headed to go over there and get to my loot so I can make another ship, because I just gave 2 away. Excuse me.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Bite my ass, Your Honor.
I'd like to see that happen.
No, that's called contempt of court, and you go to jail for that shit.
Unless the judge is into it. I mean, come on.
If he's that gay, I don't know if I want to be bothering with him. I'm just saying.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but we'll leave that part alone. Okay. What do I have?
What the heck is the core on this thing?
I didn't see it yet.
Steven, you're still here. It's awesome. Oh, you're quitting.
I got out of the game for a while.
Old man has to have his rest. You got to leave him alone now.
I know.
Hey. We're
I
all
get my
there,
dog,
so
bring my
let's not
cane
go
up
there.
there so I can get out of this chair.
I'm not to the point that I need multiple naps yet. Some days I need a nap in the middle of the day, but that's maybe once a month or so. Right now, my biggest problem is getting up at 10 and 11 o'clock at night to go to work.
That hurt.
And I filed my VA claim, and I think that's going to be worthless. I think I'm going to have to pay one of them scalpers to go and get me my dang VA benefits started.
That's what I'm working on too.
Probably.
I'm working
Because
on one
they're
of
like,
those right
oh,
now.
we will contact you if we need you to come in and do this or do that. And I'm like, yeah, right. I walked in there and I'm the only freaking Caucasian in the whole damn place. I know I'm not getting no benefits out of here.
Oh, I sent my all of my information in for my last VA investigation. Even sent them all the surgery records. They said, "Oh no, it's still a strain." It's like I had to have the muscle reattached. How can this be a strain?
You'd see the number of minorities running around here with handicap plates drawing.
Oh my god, just look at it. Steve.
Yeah, that's it.
Damn, bro.
Why wouldn't it let me fucking play? Is there like a limit on solar panels or something?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
15.
Where's my phone?
Kind of sound like Grandpa Minion. There's a guy named Grandpa Minion from 7 Days to Die.
Oh,
He has a
you're one
server.
of them booger sugar users, aren't you?
Oh yeah, you sound just like Grandpa Minion. I'm just saying. Are you him? Let me check here.
Bingo.
Yeah, he actually runs a 7 Days to Die server. He's not that old. He's only like 50 something. He's been Grandpa Minion forever.
57 comes Saturday.
Here we go.
Sunday.
Bring Grandpa Minion in here. You guys just sound just alike. It'd be crazy. He's so busy running his server though. Probably couldn't get him to play this.
Let's see what we can do. Credit exchange and server hub. Safe trade room is on the upper level. Ready clinics. Bounty boards, concerning mission boards. Platinum cards, gold cards. What do I have? I have a bronze. So bronze must be down a level.
Bronze is down a few levels.
Look, I just found this one, okay? Don't get picky with me.
It goes bronze, silver, gold, platinum, black, dark.
Bronze is useless, pretty much. Ain't nothing selling
Well, hey,
bronze.
A bronze card is worth 10 galactic credits.
Hey, I'll take whatever I can get. Right now, it doesn't even show that they have a place for the bronze cards.
And then 1 silver is worth 10 bronze, so that's 100. 1 gold is worth 10 silver, so that's 1,000.
50 gold.
Huh?
I'm just reading what it says up here. It says, platinum is 10
You're
gold.
dealing with gold, and I'm dealing with credit. There's a difference.
Uh-huh. Platinum card. 10,000 galactic credits to purchase 1 platinum card.
Yes, and I've only got like 20,000, 30,000.
Where the hell, though, do you take care of these? Facility room, public. This is actually kind of a cool place. So I guess I need to just save these up. And what are all these posters for? Are they just for decorations? do this. Yep. Okay. Let's go park this bad boy and call it, because I gotta get this stuff done.
It's actually crazy how much it takes to make CPUs in real life. Like how much money they have invested into the factories that build them. It's unreal. And how long it takes to actually make a CPU. Computers are truly amazing.
What truly amazes me is how stupid most people are, and they're managing able to survive day after day, even driving an automobile.
Amen.
You'll see some stupid people watch the cop shows. Holy shit. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's bad.
I drive a tractor trailer for a living. I see it firsthand, day in and day out.
Oh, you got the worst of it, too.
And just like tomorrow, I'm headed to Jacksonville. Now, mind you, Macon, Georgia, last year was voted 3rd worst city to drive in the United States. And we all know that number 1 and number 2 were New York and LA. Jacksonville is right there on par with Macon, Georgia. Them folks have no clue how to merge. Starting at 6:30 in the morning, traffic on 295, which is the bypass for Jacksonville, gets backed up because these jackasses don't know how to merge in with traffic without stopping everybody.
Pittsburgh's pretty bad.
Yesterday in Columbia, I seen somebody make the stupid mistake of trying to whip out of an emerge lane in front of a tractor trailer, and suddenly he didn't have a trunk on his car anymore.
Served that one.
And what most people don't realize nowadays is most tractor trailers have cameras on them to prove who made the stupid move and got themselves whacked.
I had a semi truck put me off the road one time. He didn't see me, just literally, just like I would have been crashed and dead if that semi truck wouldn't stop. Or if I didn't drive off the side of the road. So I've seen dumb people driving trucks too. Like, I don't know. That guy probably doesn't drive truck no more. I bet you that. That was years ago. I mean, that's like 10 years ago.
The new generation, which I call the shower shoe generation,
Shower shoe.
have no business being behind the wheel of a truck. Because they have no idea what they're doing. They're too busy on their cell phone to pay attention to what they're doing. And they're running around with shower shoes on with stuff that can crush their toes at the blink of an eye. So, you tell me, what's their intelligence level?
Subpar.
But well below average. You know, everybody likes to think, when you say the phrase from Forrest Gump, everybody thinks of life is like a box of chocolates. No, that's not the phrase. The phrase from Forrest Gump that needs to stick in people's heads is, stupid is as stupid does. Now throw yourself up against that measuring stick and tell me where you land. A lot of people get mad because they know they're on the moron side of things, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yet they want to call me the asshole. Dan, did I ever give you one? I gave you one of the furnaces, didn't I?
No. Not that I remember.
Oh, the toolbox is the cool one. "36 quantum constructors on an SV. Whoop whoop." Actually, it's got 36 quantum constructors. Actually, it only says 30. Okay. "21 fridges, 15 food processors, 14 deconstructors, 10 furnaces on an SV." You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's a lot of shit.
Oh no. What is cool is the furnace 2.2 that I have out. It's got 2 quantum constructors, but it has 95 furnaces.
God.
It runs off 12 microfusion, or 11 microfusion generators and 1 advanced small generator. And that's why I don't even bother putting constructors or furnaces or anything like that in my side of my carriers anymore. I usually strip them out and just put 1 toolbox and 1 furnace inside, and I do all the stuff I need to do right through there. Yeah. Y'all catch all that?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Clear as mud.
No Name's gone quiet.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
here.
concentrating.
He's still playing. I'm watching him. I got him going on my screen.
Oh, you want to see a screen? Let me hook up my screen.
I ain't got room for any more. I'm playing him on my stream.
Okay.
This is the inside of my Nightfall. And here's
Spread
the
out.
hangar doors.
Spread out my
Geeks.
solar panels.
You see that, Dan?
No, I'm in the middle of filling out some paperwork right now for the VA.
Oh. Well, I went and seen my DSO, and he didn't seem all that enthusiastic about even trying to put in for my disability. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of issues we're all having with those guys right now.
Well, it's
Well,
just
it's all
like
being run by bureaucrats.
Well, it's just like the post office, man. Used to, you could mail a letter in the post office, it'd get cross country in 3 or 4 days. Now, if it gets there in a month, you're doing good. If it gets delivered at all, you're lucky. You know what I mean?
Really?
Oh, I'm with you. Let's kink that.
I didn't know it was that bad.
It's that
happening.
bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going wrong. At the same time, they know that it's going wrong, but they're not doing anything to correct it. Because they're waiting for people to get tired of ordering stuff and then having to return it. Now all the return shipments are being, they're charging folks for the return shipments.
Well,
So.
what I do now is I called up and talked to Amazon. I told Amazon, don't you ship nothing to me USPS anymore. And they made it. I told them, I says, I want a note made. Do not ship USPS, and they don't ship nothing USPS to me anymore.
I thought
I
they
had
have all
3
their own delivery services
Oh, they use USPS too.
sometimes.
But I had to tell them to stop with USPS because I had 3 orders in a row got lost. I would look on the website, it would say delivered, and I'm like, I never got no freaking package.
Talk about mailing
You know
a
what I mean?
key. If you mail a key, you will lose it. I don't know if you guys have ever done that before, but you cannot mail keys. Like, you call them and ask them, like, you know how many, like, they literally have buckets and buckets of keys because the sorter basically just rips the keys right out of the envelopes. So if you ever have a reason why you need to mail a key, make sure you tell people not to do it because it will get ripped out of the envelope. Like, you cannot mail keys.
What you do is you go and you put it, you get one of them padded
Yeah, yeah.
envelopes and put it in there. You can't put it in a standard envelope.
Yeah, you can't put it in a silver envelope, that's for sure.
And dude, trust me, I used to make deliveries because you know you got them cardboard packages that the postal service uses.
Mm-hmm.
I used to deliver those to post offices. And those people in the post office, you walk in there and most of them are standing around, ain't doing squat. I have zero trust of the postal service anymore.
Man, I like the music out in space, but I don't like it on the planet.
You turn you mute my Steam, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't, do that because I'm watching some stuff.
No, I turned down my music. I had my music too loud.
Yeah, let me go ahead and stop my stream, save that little bit of memory.
Damn it, it won't let me build because my ship's there.
Oh, excuse me.
And make that third laser. You can put my dang landing pad thingies on too. I haven't worn those yet.
Tell them all to line up. Kiss my ass. If they don't like that, they can go smoke some grass.
Man, I need to set down the fucking. I need the water.
What?
I need the water container.
Water container. You get that from the water extractors. What do you mean?
Oh wait. Oh my god.
I have 2 of them right at my base right here, running right now to make more oxygen.
No. No. I forgot to put the. There we go. Now. Oh my god. Sometime, you know.
Sometimes you have a brain fart, other times you don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't.
I feel like a nut way too much.
these
I feel like a nut way too much, all right? Oh. How do I reduce my nuttage?
Am I messing with your head too much?
I'm just relaxing, playing some video games.
Cause I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Am I driving you crazy yet?
Nope.
I'll have to try harder.
Oh.
Gambler.
Where's the beef? Just remember, he's a Dapper Dan man.
Ow! Fell to the ground. Oh, my thruster's not working.
Did you break your leg?
No. But I took damage.
Let me fix that.
Didn't quite break my leg.
Cause I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Cold. Oops. Always stars, I'll tell you what. I don't make my character go on a diet. He eats too much.
A lot of that's controlled by the rate which it's set plus whatever armor you're using, because armor usage makes it go up.
Damn, really?
Yep. The heavier the armor, the more you tend to use.
It's like I'm putting my light armor back on right now. Because the medium armor makes it harder for you to jump anyways.
That's the reason why you need the advanced armor, because it tends to be lighter.
Sell this medium armor
Yeah.
for a lot of credits too. Really not that much better. It's not like it's going to save you from a capital vessel shooting at you.
That's the nice thing about the CG over here. I got uber armor with the right mods, and I can get shot. Now, mind you, Corrupted Dread killed me the other day inside of 10 minutes.
You're like a
10
RoboCop.
seconds. Well, with the uber armor, I can regular ship. I can sit there and just look at them. They can shoot me, and I go, hee, 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 that tickled. That Corrupted Dread shot me, and he made me go splat.
I think I just deconstructed 2 armor lock boxes. I don't even have one set up.
Now it looks like I need to make a run to there and pick up some stuff. Just remember to be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper, oh yeah.
Can you get like a light armor with more mod slots on it?
The improved and the advanced.
I don't even think you have that on vanilla. Good.
Well, I know it's available on RE2. I don't know about vanilla.
All right. What to do next? What's my CPU left here? 184. Getting low. Turrets don't even take CPU on the base. Just got a limit. So, I should run me a shield.
Without a shield, if you've got those ships roaming around, floating in orbit, without a shield, you got 0 chance of survival.
Oh no, I kill them all the time. They don't even shoot at nothing. They just fly around my base and get shot at. It's kind of funny, actually. I don't know if it's because everything's underground or what. But they just like fly around my base and get shot at. It's weird. They shot at my SV or CV, but they haven't shot at my base. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with this yet. I mean, if stuff's getting shot at, I'll adjust, I'll adjust to it as needed.
Well, maybe your core is deep enough that it senses or figures it's out of range and can't reach it.
I don't know what is going to happen, but yeah, let's go to the alien planet.
You're going to an alien planet? Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
You got good
Yeah.
armor and lots of gun, a good gun and lots.
Oh boy, you can say like
I'm
that.
telling you, if you don't have a good armor, a good weapon, and lots of ammo, you probably don't need to go.
Hey, sometimes you just want to do something that you haven't.
You just got suicidal tendencies. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. It's
But
always
those
the
little alien dudes are gonna sneak up behind you and whack your ass before you even know they're there.
Wait, is that a bandit POI on alien planet?
Oh, I don't know, but it looks ugly.
I just hope they don't have the CV running around.
Oh,
It's one thing that I'm worrying about.
oh, that's silly.
Oh, they do have a bandit. A bandit did pulse. What's that?
Oh,
Oh, it's that one. Okay, that one is. See. So let me turn the turrets off. Yeah.
will not let me place a block there.
Change that to that. To that.
Place concrete underwater or something.
Yes, why is that not spawning there?
What's the matter with you? What? matter.
80,000. Wait.
Well, you guys have a good evening.
You, buddy.
I'm gonna go out and feed my dogs, and then I think I'm gonna go on to bed because I got to get up at midnight.
Oh! Is this the drill?
I don't know.
Base lander exploit up and high. Oh, no, that is probably like rocket launcher or some shit.
So you need a little more pentax.
You still need them?
Not pentaxid, fuel.
Oh, okay.
No, I gotta make fuel. I'm like trying to take off on my ship to go explore and stuff, but
Mhm.
I filled up my fuel, but I don't have any backup fuel basically. So I got a bunch of promethium. I just need to make it. And I got CPU left, so got 52,000 CPU left with 3 drills on, 3 laser drills. I put on more containers, so I got like 80,000 carry weight in the one, and like I don't know how much I have in my drilling one. I got a good amount in that too. Yeah, the advanced constructor uses like the most CPU. It uses 40,000. So if you just don't use the advanced constructor, you're like good. Fit a lot more shit. I'm using the small one. That's still
You can use a
10,000
lot
CPU,
of small
but
ones.
it's
You can
10,000
have
for a
one
small one.
advanced. Yeah, you can have one advanced, and then the rest like because you only need one to like carve like high tier stuff or some shit like that.
Yeah, yeah. craft 2 generators to bring just in case. I'm gonna bring a couple extra thrusters too, because I don't know what it's gonna be like when I get fat and fill up.
Get shit out of me.
But the turrets don't cost CPU. Oh
Some
no, they
of
cost
them-
25. Yeah,
Some
2,500.
of them doesn't. Mhm.
The base ones don't cost CPU, but the capital vessel ones do for some reason.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get me something to stack on while I'm waiting for the fuel and pentaxid to craft. I'll be right back. Oh no.
What happened?
Big Path of Exile 2 announcement. If anything pulls me away from this game, it's going to be Path of Exile 1 and 2. Watch his Yharim stream.
But the unique ones are better, especially the tier 0 one. And then you go to and that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. What do you mean? Not watching with Steel? He's not streaming. He's on a plane. I think he'll be back for tomorrow's last post launch. One day your mute button breaks, I manually click on it. You test the fishing spots in King's March. You can combine rare bait with legendary rods. Steel title is gone until 21st? Yeah. And his dad died 7 days ago. Oh, dude. What's the story of the fishing meme in-game? It's just always been a fishing meme. I asked Chris Wilson if it was because he liked fishing, and he said it was not. He does not like fishing. I do wonder what you're saying during those mute moments. Is it random gibberish? I think I continued saying something like go to the winding pier, and then I said, and then you can do the stuff with the thing, and then you can do the stuff,
heck?
and the thing, and the thing, and the stuff. It's just trolling. I've done this. Well, no, I've done something similar. Maybe it is trolling, but I basically had I was on a small boat, like a canoe, and I had it looked like this. I don't know if any fishermen are in chat. So it looked like something that you would have for like tailoring. And there was like thread around here with loads of hooks on them. So there would be like a hook here. Yeah, it's not a very good hook. There would be a hook here with bait, and it was loads of thread, and it would be like 20-30 meters. And you would do this. You would a spool of thread with hooks on it, yeah, and you would have that like this after the bow.
Just resubscribed for 55 months.
The line fishing, right? This is called line fishing.
Ziz lives in Belfast.
I wonder if Ziz worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I've
What you say?
never worked for anyone but my mom in her flower shop. I worked there for 4 years.
He's a guy I watch from Path of Exile. He lives in Belfast.
Yeah, that's the
Ireland.
Norwegian fish harp. But that was pretty fun. That's the most fishing.
He's streaming a Path of Exile announcement in 10 minutes.
What's say in English? I had it.
The next big thing that's going to be released in Path of Exile.
Don't pay.
You sound like a Path of Exile player, no name. You probably love it.
Wait, what's say?
Nah, I
Oh,
don't
Pollock.
play that.
We got like 22 pollock. one
It's
haddock,
like the most advanced game in the world, basically.
most I ever fished in one session.
They say you need a college degree to play it.
When you imagine
No, I
something,
know
you
what
can see the
Path of
animation
Exile
build
is,
up, you
but
have
I
to
don't
maybe
play
look at
that.
it individually. No, I have aphantasia. My head is dark. I see nothing. I'll be right back.
It's like a way for autistic people to exercise their mind.
Hello, Governor. Do people with... Yeah, I have very vivid dreams. I got oysters. And veg juice. I'm drunk. Enjoy. Make sure you drink some water. Never had a lucid dream? Oh, I have lucid dreams. Is it gonna play ads before it starts? No, I have 3 hours ad free right now. It's not gonna be more than 3 hours. I don't need to give you guys more ads. Just I love money. We're good. I think we're good. What was your scariest dream? My scariest dream was when I had a lucid dream. I was fully aware that I was dreaming. And to make it easier to control my dream, I used like sort of like a Jarvis type function, right? So instead of focusing really hard and trying to will something into existence in my dream, I would say like, computer, start hotel simulation. And I would be at a beach. There'd be like a huge beach, a huge hotel. And then I really like disaster movies. So I was like, oh, this would be cool to try in a dream. So I like spawned in loads of people, and I was like, okay, let's activate a tsunami and kill everybody, like in a movie. That'd be really cool to see up close, but be immortal. And then I started losing control over the dream. So when I'm like, computer, start tsunami simulation, my consciousness starts like falling asleep again. So the computer goes like, no, very, very like Space Odyssey, 1980, whatever the movie was called. Very, very that type of like computer voice where it's like, no, that would kill people. And I'm like, I'm still sentient at this point, right? I'm still like lucid in the dream, so I know I'm dreaming, and I'm like,
It's weird. I had a dream last night that flooding was coming and killing everybody. And he's talking about that right now.
And then I keep trying to ask it to do things. Suddenly,
You ever had weird dreams like that where it's like flooding and shit and you're trying to get to a safe spot?
And huge buildings
Yeah. It's because you're
and
playing too much,
I see the
and
Video
you're
game.
thinking too
like,
much,
boom, boom.
and then you keep when
And
you go and
then
sleep,
I'm like
you
saying,
just
like,
think about it.
computer stop, and like trying to regain consciousness again. But I like it didn't work. And I feel something is chasing me while I'm running through the streets. And then my wife noticed because I was like lying like this, like trying to wake up. And I eventually woke up.
God damn, it takes forever to make this feel.
Basically, open console, activate cloud mode.
Yep.
Have you ever had sleep paralysis? 3 times.
Astrologcraft just resubscribed for
No,
5
well,
months. Is it happy?
Thank you, Astral. No, when I had sleep paralysis, I saw like honestly almost dodery, some sort of like hag witch thing that like sat really creepily straight out of a horror movie, jumped on my chest and started screaming. Wood?
Tiger 73 just
Sorry, girl, thank you.
resubscribed for
Give it 69 months.
Is it hype Yespo 2 time now?
My worst dream is seeing somebody being eaten by somebody else and laughing while their legs will already
What
be
the
eaten.
fuck?
Can sleep for the rest of the night. Yeah. Having dreams means you're healthy. Yeah, chess. Shadows.
This guy said he had a dream watching somebody eat another person and looking at him and smiling. What the fuck?
Yes, I've done that
Oh my
anyways.
god.
Fabian,
That's messed up. I'm glad I don't have dreams like that.
What's the worst case of butchering your name? CZ Ren.
Freeman Fersia just
Please stream on YouTube, sis. I am live on YouTube right now. I am literally live right
Time
now.
to fly around and have some fun, maybe. Do I have ambo? Yes, I do.
Just double check. Thanks for everyone buying mouse pads and supporting the gauntlet. I think they are about to go out of sale. Wait, I just realized something. What scene do I have the mousepad thing on?
I am Todd underscore just resubscribed for 5 months. Brainproof underscore box just subscribed.
How do I delete a source? Found it. Okay, I think I've sorted it. I have no more alerts. Still not joining you? Correct. It's on a plane. I'm Todd, thank you.
Real
Thank you.
charge.
I'm gonna mute alerts. We're about to see everything. Alright, let's hope for Druid. Remember the people on YouTube though, you don't get the drops by watching on YouTube. The Twitch drops are only on Twitch. Revian, thank you. Any general build ideas? No, and any content creator posting build videos now before the patch notes are out is a good content creator to block because they're scamming you. Wait, this is on Chrome, right? I'm gonna record just in case. How's the audio? Let me know when it goes live how the audio is. I'm gonna reduce the camera a bit. You want me to be smaller? How's that?
Shit, I forgot to put my extra turrets on.
How's that?
Ag nabbit.
Alright, here we go! No, my camera broke. Now's a good time for that to happen. Huzzah! Wait, now when I sit up, I'm like too small. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger. Sorry. Like if I set up properly, I need to have some room. I need to have some room to hide. Alright, here we go! Stream starting soon. I'll be here, bottom left, it's fine.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from
So
Play
quiet.
Games,
Quiet.
and welcome
That's
to
the volume.
GG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration
That's
rare
us.
finisher effects
We
by
have
following the
drops.
instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Third Edict. It's Act 3, guys. We're getting Act 3. We're getting Act 3.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages,
It's Toda.
we have known pain like no other.
We're totally getting
We
Toda.
endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And
More
we have
career
stood
lore would
by,
be cool.
doing nothing.
Boats. It's Boat League.
Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true
You don't need to
way!
write anything for drops. You just
I
watch.
understand.
Why are we spamming drops? It's because we're stupid. Is that an Earthquake MTX? Definitely getting a new act then. I wonder if this Siren boss that I fought at XFCon will be here.
The true Makuramakoi will.
You don't need to write anything for drops. I don't know why people are writing drops.
Act 4. Woo, baby. 35 new areas. 24 new bosses.
Wow.
Support gem overhaul, thank God. Massive skill
Wow,
rework.
that is cool.
What are you talking about?
Wait, what did
Path of
that say?
Exile
Lineage
2, the new
supports?
patch. It's
Oh.
coming. That's
Dude,
my main
that's
game, so I'm
easy.
like all super excited.
Sprinting. Oh my god, the game needed that so much. The game needed that so much.
Got like 30,000 hours in that game.
Ah, sprinting is gonna fix the game. Oh my god. Oh, that looks cool. I did say Abyss. I did say we're getting Abyss.
Let's say someone like you, I figured you would really like Path of Exile. You say you've tried it before?
Wait,
Yeah,
I didn't see Druid anywhere.
I actually hate Path of Exile 2 right now. It's horrible.
Where's my Druid?
Now as you can see, there's a
There's
lot
no
going
Druid.
on, and we have a lot to reveal today.
Is there a Druid?
We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline.
All
But that's
classes
not all.
left?
There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive
Cute.
changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
Does that say
After
a
that, it's on to
synchronous trade?
changes we're making to the endgame.
Does that say a
Then
synchronous
it's time
trade?
to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah,
No
trade.
shot.
That's going to be a big one.
Wow.
We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a
Wow.
live Q&A session
Nothing
where
else
ZD
matters.
will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat.
Nothing else
And
matters.
after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes.
People are gonna be
They're
so
not
happy.
quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first,
He
another
knows.
announcement. When the Third Edict launches on the 29th, we'll be
Oh.
having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right. Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time
That's
without
smart.
requiring an early access
Oh, they're
key.
doing a free weekend for
The free
POE2.
weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the
I
game a
never
try.
play SSF.
September
POE2 anymore.
29th to
All right.
September 1st. They
Let's
gave
get
it to me
started
for
with Act
free, though.
4.
So I played
The
too
story
much.
continues from the end of Act 3. Yharim has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail.
Please show
When
like
you open
actual
the map,
sailing
you can choose to sail
mechanics.
any way you like.
That'd be so
Act
cool,
4
though.
is
I
completely
love boats.
non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui
Whakapanu?
whisper of a curse that afflicts
What's
all who
Apanu?
travel there.
How do we
Perhaps
fuck
it's related
it?
to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts,
I'm guessing we have to go to all of them, no?
find fabulous treasures,
And there's 25 people on the server right now.
I want them to go harder on the tier system.
and
I think
battle
that's so
incredible
good.
bosses.
Navali!
Challenger! Come, you must seize your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna.
Third Hawkage?
Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas,
Yama?
12 new
Yeah.
bosses,
Why is Yama
and
big
plenty of
now?
other interesting encounters. There's a huge
Yeah.
amount to show,
The
but we're
monkey.
not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Whoa.
What happens after Act 4?
Did I look at chat
Well,
and said it
until
is?
now, you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame.
Okay.
You been to
So what else could we
Radiated
do?
Ice Planet
Add
yet?
3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the
What you say again?
Interludes.
Radiated
The
Ice
Interludes are a
Planet?
set of 3 temporary side stories that will be
Yeah, I
included in
did,
the game
yeah.
until Act 5 is released. That will take you to level 65.
Why,
of the
you
endgame
find it
content.
or what?
Oh, there's one here. I already
They're gonna
been
be
to it, I
mad.
Interlude
guess. I
sends
guess
you on
I
a journey
discovered
back
it.
to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor.
They're just going to be
But
temporary
there's a
maps.
new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands.
6 is the final act, but 6 is
You will
short.
discover new areas
But where Druid
and
though?
new bosses.
New bosses?
You'll need to find your way
Okay.
through the darkness.
Hold on. They just said new
Uncover
bosses
the
in
source
Shroud
of
of
corruption.
Arana.
Soon you will serve our master.
And defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude.
Need to POE2?
The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water. But they're nowhere to be found.
Can I fill my
You will
flask
need to
there?
track down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting the gifting.
That move does look
Fight
sick.
even more new bosses.
That looks cool.
Discover the
That's in
secrets
a
of the
shotgun.
ancient ritual. Discover new locations. And ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm.
Oh,
Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their
Fallout.
descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way,
yeah, Vault's Wall.
and the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself.
Arga.
Who can say what you will find within?
They really need to increase the speed
Interludes are
out
6
in
to
orbit.
7
It's
areas
pathetic
each,
how
and
slow you
generally
go.
include 4 boss fights as well.
I don't know
Put that
why it's
together with
been
Act
this
4,
slow
that
for
adds up
10
to
years.
35 new areas in the campaign and 24
Increase speed
new
on
bosses.
what?
Run arena.
When you're out in
It's worth
orbit,
making clear that the
when you're in outer
interludes are
space, they should
temporary.
make you go
When Act
faster.
5
It's
and 6
fucking
are added,
pathetic
the
how slow
interludes will
you
be
go.
going away. These are
You
side
can go
stories
up
after all.
to
But don't worry,
130.
bosses and areas
Yeah,
that
it's
make
only
up
like,
the
yeah,
interlude are
that's
all
so
part of the
slow,
endgame.
dude.
I'm not just gonna throw
You're
them
in a
away.
spaceship. You should be able to go really fast.
And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty
You know?
anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to
I
have
feel like
play
they need
through
to
the
make it
campaign
faster.
multiple times on each character. And this was a huge
I
reason
doubt they're
the
going to change
campaign
it,
could
though,
feel
because
like
it's
a
been
bit of a
10
slog
years.
It's just
when
gonna be
playing through
something
again.
they've thrown together fast.
But we do
It's
also have
kinda
another
sad
new
how
feature
slow
to
it
address
is.
that particular concern as well.
It takes too long to fly around to
So
different
let's talk
asteroids and
about
shit.
sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Oh,
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no
Okay.
danger. If
You
you do need to run away
died.
from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to POE2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on POE2's more visceral combat systems.
bro.
Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign.
That's for it, that's
but there's
for
a whole
me.
giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later.
Hi, Mark.
And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here
I'm
is
at
with
full
the
mast.
support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But POE2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yes.
One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build.
Yeah.
If you can only use each support gem on one skill,
This is
it means that you're
interesting.
encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yeah.
We want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change.
Okay.
So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Interesting.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill
I'm
either.
going to get Gemling
This severely
Legionnaire
limited
at
your
launch.
ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
That's huge.
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking.
I don't know about that.
In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game.
I don't know about that.
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier
Just
3,
let
the
us
support
level
gem
the
gets
gems,
something
bro.
new. It now
Just
reloads
let us
automatically
level the
when you heavy
gems.
stun
Like,
an enemy.
why? Why this system?
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little
Just like
differently.
you
and
have
you'll
the
to
system
decide
in
if you like the upgrade or
POE1.
not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting.
This is
The
leveling
first
with
couple of
extra
levels gives
steps.
15, then 20% increased cast speed.
This is
But then at
leveling
tier
with
3,
extra
it
steps.
changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells.
But that's fine. It's
So that's
not a
pretty
big
good for
deal.
upgrades through the campaign.
It's not a big
But we
deal.
wanted to add
It's
a little more
fine.
spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage
It's a very
supports, comes
minor
in.
thing, chat.
You can think of these like
What is
unique
this?
items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Excellent. Well, they're awakened support gems.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
And quality.
others fairly common.
I'm dealing.
Some of them are build defining, Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Converted.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there.
Well,
Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
So I need gold to make the large Obtronic Matrix
Another
thing,
you'll
you
see
said?
throughout the game is making movement feel better.
Yeah.
Is that something I have to
Toxic
find
growth
at
as
the
a skill
advanced
was pretty cool,
constructor?
but a bit annoying to use
Or,
with the jump that it had.
That only shows
Advanced,
me.
Toxic growth is a rain skill.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you can
I've never
spam
seen
has to
one
be
because I probably
oh my god.
I never
And
looked
also
since I
added a new
upgraded.
poison skill while we were at it, called
It's
Toxic
on the
Domain.
way down. You have to scroll down on the way down.
Yeah, I gotta find gold. So I find me
This
some
is
gold and I'm
basically what
good.
I was doing in the alpha.
Nice. I mean, if you have
Another skill that
luck,
was annoying to use was
Have
electric.
you
what?
can find
It's
those.
now just a regular arrow, making it easy to use.
If you have luck,
Oh,
or
that's
have
cool.
luck,
Can support
you
it
can
with
find
projectile
those
supports.
in
And its
the
found
power
done
also
at
has
full
area of
math.
effect, making it a
POI.
tool for more than just single target,
abandoned
allowing it to
POI.
scale into the endgame.
You can also
We've
find
also
gold
added a new
you can
spirit
get
reservation called
if you
Marine
have some.
Yeah.
Signature. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy
looks
clones
so
of
cool.
yourself to use a skill of your choice.
Kind
Of
of
course,
more
one
like
of the other big
Bama.
problems the Ranger had was survivability.
But I'm just
Evasion was the weakest of the three
flying
defenses,
around
and we
and
wanted to change that.
find the Astio
Currently,
is
evasion
faster.
doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things
Or
like
do
slams
the
or
thing that I
unblockable
show you
attacks.
guys and buy it from.
To make evasion characters more
Yeah,
tanky,
gold. You
From
can
the
buy
island,
gold in
new
my
mechanic
planet
called
too.
Deflect.
Yeah.
How long does it take for the
No,
things
not
to restock?
no, not buy gold.
Everything.
Not buy
If you
gold. I
successfully
mean,
No, I can buy
you
gold.
take 40%
The
less
one, my
damage.
one vendor has gold.
Items can now give you
It's
a
not
mod
that
that gives
expensive
you some
either.
amount of deflection based on your evasion.
So suppression.
Yeah.
Per hit.
But I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
the Matrix
And there's a
things.
bunch of it available on the passive tree too.
Yeah, I sold
Deflection
some
is rolled in
yesterday.
addition to
Probably
evasion.
should have kept
So
them.
this is an upgrade to regular hits too.
Yeah, I always kept them.
I
at
think
the
I sold the
beginning.
large
There's no
ones
maximum
too.
chance. You can reach 100%
Got like
deflect
35,
against all
39,000
hits
credits
if you spec
each
into
one.
it enough.
Suppression.
Of course, this is a buff that helps.
I
all
always
base
keep
characters,
them at
so
the
mercenary
beginning.
and the monk,
The
but especially the huntress. Are
I'm
seeing
going
big
to
the
next
vibe
hard
or
war.
the
Speaking of
or
defensive
the
mechanics,
start
let's
because
talk
I
about
know
blocking parry.
And armor.
Now,
I'm
one
going
of
to
the big
need
concerns
them,
on the release of the
so
Huntress
I
was
always
parry
keep
feeling
them at the
unreliable.
start.
One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge
Because
balance
those
change we're
things
making
you
is that
need
now
those at the
everything is
beginning,
blockable,
like
except
how.
for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Okay, I thought that was the case anyway, but sure.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Yeah, I thought that's how it blocked.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential.
What about armor?
We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance.
What the fuck?
You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do
Wait,
is to
this
use
is
a war
sick.
cry near it.
I
Using
like
a
that
war cry
skill.
makes the hammer explode,
Okay,
making a
I'm
bunch
playing
of
this.
volcanic fishes around. Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great
I'm
skill to
melee.
make a flaming arena
I'm
to fight
going
a
melee
boss.
chat.
Starting to
Also
get
got
hyped,
Perfect
bro,
Strike
about
to have much larger area of
POE2.
effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every
Set your
attack will be
CPU on
ancestrally
fire?
boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures.
Wow.
And molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
Okay, that looks laggy in the preview.
Warrior
Wow,
shield
50,
skills
90,
were
all
another
good.
area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Let's
Shield
fucking
wall
go.
got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
Oh my god.
We also added a new shield war cry.
This looks
Fortifying
sick.
Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma
This is
Barrier now
really
doesn't
good.
require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
New full buck characters.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break.
Please say it.
It now also
Please
gives
say
a
armor
Sundered
break
Armor
somehow.
debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses.
See,
Ancestral
right
Warrior
there, I
Damage
just
also
got
got some pretty
one.
significant
Uses
changes
block
to
large
it.
I mean,
metric.
it's a
The skill to
broken
feel
thing,
more like
yeah.
using an
A lot,
ultimate.
most of us.
That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've
Right,
changed
yep,
this
if you
turn
were
to
using
require
block.
3 endurance charge to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon
Wow, that's
damage
cool.
too.
And got like 40 gold ingot there.
Since there's no
I
limit
hate
anymore,
charges
you
in
can
POE2.
build
Yeah, I
up
found like
generating endurance
120
charges,
from
you
one
can summon an
container
entire
once.
forest of totems.
120 gold ingots.
In order to make that easier, we added some
Like
new
holy
sources of
shit,
endurance
that's like
charges.
700
There's now
ore.
support to make perfect strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Doing POI is
Yeah,
huge.
Totems,
it's absolute
we wanted
best,
to
hands
upgrade the
down.
war
Nothing even
I hate
compares.
charges.
Among the other changes we made to
It's
this
just
class,
like-
Answered Call now gives an
The
extra
thing is
totem,
just
and the
like,
sprint search
can
been
you
generally
do it
buffed in many ways.
without
With your
dying,
limitless
or can you
ancestral
do it
warrior
fast
to make an
or some
army of
shit like
Karui
that?
that would make
You
Tukahama
break the
proud.
cords
Man,
fast.
it looks cool.
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support.
Yeah, but some people,
so you can
they
get all
don't
the
know
benefits with one
the
point.
layout.
Yeah. That's why I look through walls.
And encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Wow. That looks cool
Next
too.
up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Wow.
One of the most
Actual
important
huge
improvements we made in
W.
030 is to declunk the action and flow
We're
of
back.
shooting crossbows.
I'm
You
back
can
in
now
it.
reload crossbows without any movement penalty.
I'm so in.
But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to
What
make comboing
happened?
skills
They're
much better.
making run and gun a
Take
lot
Shock, for
better in
example.
POE2.
It buffs damage
The
in
game's
last 4 seconds
absolutely
right now,
dog shit right now.
but
I
that
won't
isn't really
touch it
giving
with a
you enough
10
time
foot
to take
stick.
advantage of it.
It's fucking
If
horrible.
you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds.
POE2's initial release, it was awesome. Then they nerfed it in
And
the
skills
second
like Plasma
patch.
Blast, which are
It
intended
made
to be good at
everything take
shocking
way
enemies,
longer. Nobody
now
wanted
increase
to
the
fucking
damage bonus
play
by
it.
a lot more.
Now it looks
You'll
like they're
find
making
changes
it
like this
awesome.
all
again.
around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like permafrost bolts and
Burning
incendiary
needs
shot
to
double down on
proliferate
how they're supposed to be
properly.
used,
It's the main
and makes
issue
using
there.
them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes
I
monsters
got
to take a
kicked
portion of high
mid
velocity
time
rounds
I'm
damage
flying,
every
so
subsequent
I
hit,
just hope
rather than
I'm.
tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
Huge.
Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the mortar cannon. This
I
one
love
lets you
totems.
socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon
my
which
God.
loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Oh my god. Okay, never mind. We all know what I'm going. We all know what I'm going. We're
Another issue on the
aware.
mercenary were banners.
We're aware.
They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them.
Never
they now last
mind.
longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough
here
glory.
with explosive arrow for POE2.
On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee
Them
minions in
minions so
particular were just
nice.
not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Okay, good.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better.
Way better.
Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies
Very
and
cool.
detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Interesting.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense.
Okay.
And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate
calm
them
down.
too.
I can hear him from Sweden, dude. Wow.
Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them.
Yeah, no shit.
We've both
We get
decreased
that.
the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Gabby, come on.
Nice, they're making
There are
minion
people
builds
watching.
better.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you
New.
can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot
fuck,
of
the
balance
solar
changes in
system
Witcher's
has
Ascendancy
nothing.
classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now.
Completely
The Blood
empty
Mage,
solar
you're previously
system.
required to spend your first points
All
on
there is a
Sangreal,
sun. That's it.
which really was supposed to be the downside
Wasted
for being
my
able to access
shit.
the powerful abilities on the rest of the class.
Yeah.
In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sangremancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
For some reason, I cannot
On
join.
the Infernalist, the
The
demon
server.
form wasn't
Can't
something
join the
people were
server?
really using because you lost your weapon
Yeah.
stats while transformed.
Uh-oh.
Well, you no longer do, so
Oh,
it's a much
shit.
better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure.
I hope it's okay.
Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in POE1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that
God
changes
damn
now.
it, dude. I keep
Oh,
finding
shit.
going to
As a
empty
true
solar
martial
systems.
artist now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique,
2 in a
a
row.
keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Okay.
Just wasting my
Okay.
All
pentax.
quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character.
Wow.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section
Wait,
of
don't
the
say
tree is
I'm-
Walker of the Wilds.
I'm banned from the
This changes
server.
mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of
Wow.
physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has. But it works
What
well
is
for
this?
the
Path
ranger
of
too.
Exile 2, the W patch?
You're too OP.
Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the
Progressing too
Acolyte of
fast, they
Chiyolo,
ban you for that.
so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful.
Okay.
I got
So we've
2
added a new
chat
skill
chat
allowing
chat
chaos damage
strikes.
to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Doesn't say your band does it.
In
Randomly,
addition,
though.
he can make all
No,
his chaos
it's-
damage leach.
It's
And with buff
only
damage
pop
breach,
up like,
embrace
you know, the
darkness, removing
connection
the effects
thing.
of the 4-point nodes into the base skill.
Mhm.
You haven't
It's
done
pop up
anything wrong.
that.
He
Yeah,
also gains a new notable, Grasp of
It's
the
pop
Void,
up,
which leaves void illusions behind you as
the
you go drop.
connecting
If they're killed,
message
they
thing,
massive
and then I
explosions of
got kicked.
darkness, dealing damage
Look
to
at the
everything
things
After that-
around him.
I've
And now-
teleported.
Cool.
Now let's talk about sorceress.
Been to
skills.
3 planets and there's
One of the
nothing.
things we wanted to
Or
improve on the
3
sword is the
solar
ability to
systems.
use multiple
Absolutely
elements
nothing in
together
all
more
3 solar
effectively.
Share
systems.
that. Here.
Now, this might
Yeah.
seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental curses, which lower resistances of a single
Just
element.
wasting my Pentax.
In order to
flying
fix
around.
that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they
Ooh, I
apply to.
love that skill.
So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Oh.
And things like
That's
Frost
good.
Bomb, which gave you cold exposure,
That's huge.
now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your
Oh.
other skills.
That's huge.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother,
Oh, thank
so you
fuck.
can use different elemental staves more effectively.
Oh my.
To
Oh
do
my
that, we've
god,
removed the
dude.
weapon switch time.
Oh
and
my
now
god.
it happens instantly.
My
This applies
4th
game-wide
solar
too.
system. Oh, it does have shit. Okay.
Now we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in.
I'm trading.
Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they
It
work.
hurts so hard.
Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Ice
It's
Nova will
W
leave a
after
chilled area on the
W.
ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the
Temporary.
ice shards will explode. All
love
of
that
Storm
fight.
now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc.
I'm
This skill is now
50-90.
projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Wow.
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a
Ignite.
giant
I really
fire
hope
meteor
they've done
from the
something
sky.
to ignite because like
Or use it with
functionally it was a bit.
Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
That's cool.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Oh, that is sick. Full
Or use it
LA
with all
storm.
3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
That's so cool.
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions.
Okay.
And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a Support Gem to help generate them too.
Well, can't wait for Junk to get that there
On
for
the
the
passive
first 3
tree,
days.
we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your
Free
invocation
MTX.
skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto-bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class.
Do you know they should
Overall,
bring
there are
masteries
more than
back?
100 new notables on the
I miss
tree,
masteries.
usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well.
I like masteries a lot.
Check out the old version.
Do I need regular
And here's the new
Sathium for
version.
anything, or
It's lots of
Sathium
more
plates
players.
good
You guys
enough?
are
There's more
so
interesting
screwed.
nodes than before. Now, we probably
then?
can't go through too many
Do I
of
need
these in
regular
the live,
Sathium
so I'll
for
just show you
anything,
one
or
from each
Sathium
class's area
plates
of
will
the
they
tree.
cover me?
We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So, for example, the Molten One's Gift.
Um,
It lets the benefit of
no.
Armor Break apply to your fire.
Sathian plate
Okay.
is not cover you.
Or
No.
how about Last Stand?
So I
which
need,
gives
like,
you lots
pure
of stats as your
Sathium ore for
situation
some
becomes
things?
more and more desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need goods.
I mean,
you
ingot. I
A
mean,
lot of these
Can you
have themes
deconstruct
aligning with the
Sathium
Ascendancy
plates,
classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example,
Mm,
you have crystallized immunities,
I
which
think
makes
you
you
can.
immune to different status ailments.
I
depending
don't
on which
remember.
support gem color you have socketed the most.
I have tons of Sathium
Another
plates and
Ascendancy
shit,
class line
right?
notable is
I don't know if I
Sanguinary
need to get the
Rituals.
Sathium
It
asteroid.
allows
or not.
arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Oh, that's so nice.
In the Sork area, you'll
regen.
find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a
The
specific
plate is not
element.
cover
You
everything.
become a
So
lightning Archon when you
so
spend enough mana.
I will go with
after which all
the
your skills
raw
will be converted
material
to
or
lightning,
the
and you'll do
ingot
extra lightning
inside.
damage as well.
The
Great
plates
ones
will
for
cover
cold
everything,
and
right?
fire too, with different triggers.
Not everything, no.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a
So
skill
should I get
recently,
the Sathya
while
Master
also
right
making
now?
crits generate more energy.
Because I don't
for
think I've
triggers.
ever
Yeah.
mined it.
Okay.
Or maybe you'd like
You
the
should.
Great Ball.
I mean,
It gives
I
you
would
a
do
reason to
it.
stack
Okay.
dexterity
So-
to make you tougher, giving a
Yeah,
bonus to
brother.
life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox.
This
Its strength
moon
gives
has
you
everything.
5% quality to
Didn't
all your
evasion get
gems.
buffed too much
That's
this
nice.
season?
Well, not
Now,
everything. It has
another
Zask
method
Gem and
is
Esther
attribute
Restrum.
requirements.
Isn't Dex already
We
the
felt
best?
like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes, and not enough in interesting passives.
You know
So
what
we
I
lowered
just
attribute
want to do?
requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting
I want
nodes
to-
rather than
I have
just
two
allocate
Steam
more
accounts.
strength, dex, and int.
I just want how
There are
much.
way more changes
I
than
just
just
want
these.
to.
These
Wait,
are just
how
some of the
much
cooler
is
ones we
the?
wanted to show off. But I'd
I have
say
like
that's just
10
about
Steam
enough for now.
accounts for
We're not even
fucking
half
7
done
days
yet.
to die.
So I think it's
No,
time
no.
to
I
talk
mean, I
about
have
the
a
league,
tons of
the rise of the
accounts,
Abyssal.
but
And
what
to do
I'm
that, I'd
using
like to
is
hand
only
things
two.
over to
Like,
Mark.
As you just saw,
I'm
So I'm
already-
even
thinking-
though there are major changes to the campaign for this update,
Still can't get
should
back
I
in.
buy-
make sure that every time you come
No,
back
no.
from
Should I
expansion,
buy one?
each area feels different.
Should
with
I buy
something extra going
Empyrion on that?
It is really
Steam
important
account
to
and then
make
start
sure
playing
your
on-
experience when returning
Depends
between
how much you love it.
expansions is fresh and filled with new content.
CG
And the way
server
we
is.
did this was
yeah.
through leagues.
Like I say, I'm on
Every
like
expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy,
how you say
but
I'm
also has
I'm
new
on the
content
end game. I don't have
exclusively
anything
available in
to
that
do
game.
with
Alright.
CG.
So,
I feel you.
let's delve
I'm
into the
gonna be.
details of what Path of Exile
I'm only
2's
gonna probably be
first
playing for
official
another
league
week or
is
so
bringing
before I
to the
get bored.
table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of
Right
forbidden
now I
magics
have
and
like over
necromancy.
500
They were thought to be extinct.
XX8,
Oh, I know.
XX9.
Biding
I
their
seen
time
all your shit
underground.
when you were playing
You
yesterday
first
or the 2
encounter
days
signs
ago.
of the Abyssal in Clear.
I have so many
We
shit
discover that during
season.
the
I
night,
don't know what I'm
weaker
going to
members
do
of the
with
Undead
that.
Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters
very
normally
different from
inhabiting the
POE1.
area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more
Yeah, that's
dangerous
weird.
monsters
See,
reveal themselves,
I don't see
as
the
hordes of
NA
abyssal
server.
spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic
Very
loot.
similar. A nod rib?
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there.
I'm hungry
When
now.
monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner
Can we
modifier
expect
has
them?
transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Wait, what? Wow! Can we see that
Abyssal
again?
pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Ah.
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Wow, that looks so cool.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item
So many
that
new
can be
players are
used to
gonna not
craft
make
your
a new
items.
zone and just die to it.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards.
Oh, it's
There's
not
a lot
the
more to this league, however.
asteroids. It's the
As you
planet that
complete
has all the
abysses,
ore.
you can find ancient
It's a
pieces
moon,
of bone,
actually.
preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Normally, I
That's
don't
great.
mind at the moon
You can
because
use
of
this
the.
on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal
You
magic,
cannot use the
adding a
CV.
special hidden modifier
Yeah,
to your
I know.
item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
At least check it out.
After
Probably-
clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you.
So there's a lot of Xerox doing a survey on this.
So
Man.
how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them
I
in,
got
right?
6 turrets
Yes,
now.
that's exactly what you do.
Nice.
Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice
I'm worried
of
I have
3
too much
different
weight on me to
modifiers.
go on
Right.
right now.
Okay, so this
Once
is
you've
veiled.
chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool,
Gravity
all the way
shouldn't be
through
too
to
bad,
specialized
man.
modifiers that
Wait,
cannot
wait.
normally appear on items.
It can take that long each
During
time.
the
Let's do
campaign,
it the first
you can
time.
use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods. But during the endgame, there is a whole set of new
I do like
and
the
powerful
animation
mods
a
you can
lot.
add to your items. Like
Actually, the
this mod for
gravity's
crossbows
normal.
that
Oh,
allows
it's
you to place an
0.67
additional
G, so
ballistic
yeah.
round.
Not bad.
Very low gravity on the moon. So
Wow.
Or
it's good.
this one that adds spirit to your staff.
I'm going
Should
in.
be really easy to take off of your heavy.
Or this one that allows
Yeah.
you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
But I'm gonna have to like personally mine it.
And speaking of endgame, you can also
just
use
need
the
to watch
system
out
to
the moon.
craft waystones.
Huh?
With a preserved
mean the sun.
vertebrae fused into your waystones,
So you don't get.
you can
So
get
you.
some new modifiers
So you don't get
that push
overheat.
difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Overheat?
Yeah.
Here are some examples of those mods.
What do you mean?
always
Why would
a
I get
choice of three,
overheated?
so you can avoid
When
anything
the
you
sun
don't
is on
think
your
your
side.
character is capable of.
Really?
With
Yeah.
this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned
It's
near
a
abysses.
nascent moon. Let me
And
see what the
there are
temperature
up to
is there.
9 additional
Nine?
abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss
Yeah, but the-
ruckus.
Temperature change when
Or this one, which causes the
The sun
final
is
abyssal
above
pit
you?
in the area to always result in a boss encounter. Be it either one underground
It's
or
overheat.
one that emerges
It's not even
out.
showing the
If they're
temperature.
near,
It says
bro.
0 min max.
There are dozens of
Yeah.
these waystone modifiers
When
in total you
the-
can get from this crafting.
the moon is above
That
you,
covers the
it's
new
going to be
crafting
so.
mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when
So
closing
moons are
pits,
either
you can
really
get
hot or really
abyssal
cold.
troves. But sometimes
Yeah.
when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
Okay.
After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier.
Okay.
And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find
It's
a
like a
rare
red
with a
desert.
more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice
Raider
rewards.
Orb of Augmentation.
Aside from the entire area
Estrium's
being
right
valuable
here in front of
due
us.
to the
This is
abyssal
just a
modifiers on
small
the
one.
monsters, it has its own specific drops too.
The fuck is that?
One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your
Now will be
minions
the
when you
time to
command
see
them,
how hot it is.
granting
Something's shooting at me
unholy
right
might to
now.
you both.
Oh.
What is that?
Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
The heck? I saw bullets going at my
Additionally,
fucking ship.
we're adding
and
some
then
new socketables
stopped.
that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take
Alright,
Ulliman's
ground
Gaze,
troops? Oh, it's ground
which can
troops.
be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have
Like
one equipped
Xerx's
at a
ground
time,
troops or
Wow.
something.
but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find
Wow,
an
it's 68
ancient
degrees
spire,
here.
a device being used by commanders of the abyssal
Ripper
factions
dogs.
to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy
There's
the
a
spire.
Xerox guy and dogs. That's weird.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned.
Wow.
It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts.
I thought it was a
Well,
helmet.
this belt has a special mod that
Accuracy
allows it to
stacking.
count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet.
Oh, that is
I kind of
RNG
want
too?
one that counts as a body armor.
Wow.
I wonder how rare that one is.
That's so cool.
You
Whoever
can
said
also
1C
find this
is a
unique
moron.
jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your
Wow.
fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Wow.
Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To
Are we
do
gonna be
what, though,
forced
you
off?
might ask?
Are we jumping?
To jump in.
Yeah.
The
Something
items you
is
threw in came
weird.
back more powerful, right?
I cannot see the server.
What's the worst that could happen?
What?
Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Let me restart the
If I
Along with the
PC.
introduction to
Yeah.
Act 4
I can see
and the interlude,
EU and
we
Vanilla,
will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
but I cannot see the NA.
These maps will contain all the new
Are you
monsters
doing
and
anything
bosses we're
fishy?
adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples.
What country do you live in again?
Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled
What
with
country are you in?
sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
No name. What country do you live in?
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Oh, no cold damage.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
Cool.
In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss,
Very cool.
similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem,
Did you get back in?
allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next
I don't
level
know.
by replicating
What country
himself,
do you live in?
maneuvering rapidly, and severing the
Sweden.
fabric of time itself
Sweden.
with his powerful slashes.
What if they maybe blocked like
In the
EU
water
servers or
biome,
something?
You'll
There's too many
encounter
people
a
here.
giant maelstrom, where one of the maps
be
surrounding the
fucked
water
up.
biome connects to it, but the connection
Do
isn't.
you have a VPN?
You must run the maps
Yeah.
nearby.
Turn on your
hoping
VPN and
to
see if the
find a
server
beacon,
shows.
which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside?
That's weird.
Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault.
And a map.
Or you could just trade for
Yeah,
one.
but that's
yes.
weird.
Use the
Because
key to dispel the
if
powerful
I
force
cannot
field
find
surrounding,
the
leading to
NE
the Vaal
server,
elite and
NA server,
what's inside.
that means I cannot play the
These all
CT
contain
server.
versions of the Act 4 boss and the bosses at
But
the
is
end
that
of each
server
part of the
showing?
interlude.
Yeah,
Each have
I
their
was
own
playing on
exclusive drop pool of
CT.
new lineage supports.
I mean, I
Which,
just
as
log in
Jonathan
on
spoke
CT.
about earlier,
and
are
playing.
powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Guru Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but
Wow.
requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries,
No, very hard to
causing
fight.
them to inflict massive
I
amounts
don't
of
like
corrupted
SSF
blood
in POE2.
at the cost of your own life.
If I can trade for
Additionally,
sure.
some
Unless
maps
there's
can
a
now
race.
spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding.
Okay.
Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
Thank you.
For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
Is this Path of Exile 3?
Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too.
Okay.
Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Yes.
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Huge improvement.
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
I wonder if the corridors are still as janky as they were.
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
That is so cool.
Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits.
You're unable to die?
But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur,
Holy shit,
a
I got a
copy
ton
of
of
your
arrest
character
here.
appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
That's so cool!
Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
That essence.
For example, this lesser essence of flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That lesser essence of flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
That's so good.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod, such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it.
Why?
The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for endgame. Speaking of endgame, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late endgame crafting projects. You might have noticed that at endgame, you get way too many
whatever that
transits.
is.
Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
That's huge.
This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation,
That's
Regal
so big.
Orb, Exalted Orb,
Oh my god.
and Chaos Orb,
I love
meaning
it.
you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal
That's so
rarity
big.
to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top
Now
of
add
these new
pairings.
core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects.
I don't know if I love
They
that.
can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items.
I don't know, a bit on the fence on that one, personally.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Oh, nice. They're called Chaos Orbs in POE1.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, Notably taking place in the Terraria Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock.
It sounds like a cool new item that
the
we've never seen
Terraria goddess
before.
of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself.
Oh.
So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade.
I wasn't
Over the
until
years,
POE2.
the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1
remember
has
this.
morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their
Shut up,
iterations,
popcorn.
work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They
That
can
looks like a
continue
good way to do it.
farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please,
It looks like it has a limit.
and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company.
Oh,
Over the
thanks so much
last
for the
2
raid,
decades
dude.
or so, since
Thank
Path
you.
of Exile 1's storyline,
It's you.
Faustus has handed down his knowledge
Thanks,
and
Faro.
expertise to Ange, and she is now
Welcome
ready
everyone.
to
We're
take
just
over
watching
his
the
business.
all the POE stuff.
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet,
This is so big.
you will need to acquire one.
Oh shit, we get
You
to
can
fight
do this by
Tiamora.
completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses
fought her at
inhabiting an
ExilCon.
island in Act 4. Allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Wonder if you're gonna multiple
So,
tabs. I'm assuming
how
no.
does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Yes.
Finally
Now,
adding
instead of
trade
using
into
those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for
Can't
you.
believe this.
Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos
How much
Orbs.
gold does it cost?
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will
Wow.
instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while
Oh
there,
my God,
if you
it's
want,
finally happening.
browse their other goods.
Wow.
In case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
Wow.
You'll notice that as a buyer,
Wow.
on top of the currency the seller set for the price,
Wow.
it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
There's so many downsides to this. It's not even funny, but
As
it's
many
so good.
people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want.
Wait, you can have more than one?
You can do that here, on
Is
the
that
website,
smart?
but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people
What are the
might want to
downsides?
switch over to this new system.
You could argue this is pay to
We
win for
expect
sure.
a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally
I
with
thought
an
you just got one
entire
tab per
thriving
person.
economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Hell yeah!
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
I think one tab would have
Today,
been enough.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's
that thing on
full
the left
face
looks
value in
sick.
points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
It's got a laser beam.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies.
Okay.
Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be a courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
Yo.
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries,
We can kill the
but if their hired
goblins?
hands became notably
I'm buying
irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods
Oh
and
my
become brutality
God, that's
incarnate
smart.
with the cruel Trathan
That's so
Executioner armor
smart.
set. The matching cruel Trathan Executioner cloak
That's
will shroud
so
you in
smart.
scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in
Create
blood
the
as you
problem,
mutilate
solve the
monsters
solution.
with the cruel Trathan Executioner character effect.
That's so smart.
The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to
Give us a
punishing the
dice
damned
thing
of
games we can
Trials.
gamble with other players.
Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed.
It's fun.
This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you
shit.
and your friends' violence at the end of each map.
Pay to win leaderboard.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics.
Wow.
Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes.
When's
With the
that?
release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting
How long is
crucial
that?
information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest
2
developments.
hours? 'Cause I'm
We're
not
looking
sleeping
forward to
tonight.
seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh, 1 hour? I hope you guys enjoyed watching me watch to the live patch notes from Path of Exile 2. TLDR for me is holy fuck, they cooked hard. I've been sort of like a 7 out of 10 enjoyer of POE2, and this was a pretty big W. Pretty big W. There was win after win after win. I even initially was very against like the auction house idea. Oh no. How did they always fuck up the audio? Oh no. The voices!
Grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and
why is it echoing?
joined once again by Jonathan and Mark.
It's also quiet.
A lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys are telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because it was. I guess
He's younger than me and Muscle.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot
Thanks for the
of
raid stuff.
you know,
And thanks so much for all the subs, guys. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate
I
it.
wouldn't want people to feel like we.
Your audio is fucked? No, it is not my audio.
Things that people have been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go.
It's not pre-recorded.
It didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly gonna be happy once we finish the campaign.
They even
we're
switch
gonna
up
be back to
themselves.
normalcy again. But yeah, it's a like what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well.
Up
We've
it.
got all of the new campaign stuff, so it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well.
Finally fixed the audio.
It's been quite a good one.
I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this
we
is
had a
T1, this is
tier list.
T2.
We
like,
actually fully of every problem, and
Yeah, yeah.
there were things in there like performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual game content.
I mean,
and all this kind of stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we've got to solve that. Things like that were just like because we're really trying to be honest about like here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it, and we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the druid kind of works. So
turn it up a bit more.
It seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class. Like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for Druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling. Right,
I mean it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each class.
That is true.
Too, which
that is true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up
I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords, so that's that's kind of a pretty clear.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without
to be honest it is. So I'd say that
is
would be
weird when you think about it.
It's real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate, is making sure that we've got
that people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that. That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff. Those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you got that, you can just start getting into, okay, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge is the kind of mid end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to
just
solve.
a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough really guiding you. Like, the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like,
wait, am I really that quiet?
It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do.
Is that better?
I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in endgame as
yep,
well.
and of course there's a league there too.
The Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like wasn't
not a full-fledged
not what we've done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in POE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile is standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in POE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case,
in Twitch chat, everyone's excited. In the YouTube chat, everyone's arguing.
In Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. We made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned no longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was
I hope the Arbiter walls are better.
It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Dawn of the Hunt actually I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers, I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because you know, there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem. I would say, like I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like, it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like, even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So
yeah, I mean, I want
therefore it'd be fun to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering.
So I want a druid, but I would way rather they stick to the schedule and have regular releases. I think that's integral to Path of Exile.
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue as I see it is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Like, effectively, it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well, I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well, I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like, I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks, as I said. Like, it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like, there will need to be some approach to solving the, like, making it more controllable, like it, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is the this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like, you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like, when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things.
I don't love towers as a mechanic to begin with.
So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like, we did what we could, 100%. And 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there.
I was not expecting this good a patch.
It's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was
Not
expected
even
when we got to
third of
that
this.
section to see a bunch of.
Not even a third.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically the main thing there was that so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of each one of them is a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different, there's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in endgame as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is a little bit of storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of narrative structure as what you get in a full act. And that's something that ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. We can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're rushing through just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being pretty damn good for the time being. Plus new bosses, new stuff to experience. In my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. That just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again. It's just a little bit like just you can do it, at that point you're like, just get me to end game, whereas when you're playing through the new acts,
the game now even more,
it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and, it's not that just I just did this, for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this a few hours ago. It's just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because there's different bonuses available.
The spirit draft comes from 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then
That's wild. I didn't realize.
Can already hear streamers crying because of the spring.
I was planning on asking
Crying
about
with
how the
happiness?
fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog. You know, the repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
Yeah,
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be. Some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that, you know, you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a lot of other things subtle. You know, like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, you know, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones. But...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
a bit of discovery process.
But like it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how, you know, we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
That's the hope. Okay. All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map. Cool. So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's like, oh yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
It makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, you know, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a, you know, because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Yeah. Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently. It doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later, but you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening, but and we added like a kind of another reward there, you know, just for the time being. But yeah, later on there'll be that. the amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So yeah, we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but you know, that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So yeah, like I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, I mean, yeah, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, you know, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first sections that way. Like they're quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had right at end game, you did that third one. So
way more stuff than we were expecting.
A big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like, you know, the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So you know, if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could
for boss stuff. You can, although it is dangerous, right? Like.
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like, you know, sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like, you know, like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So yeah, that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you know, you can just get past it.
We're a bit of like, you know, good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. You know, there's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants, like, obviously you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive and whatnot. So like, you know, there's a simpler way to now, you know, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so you know there's some of that going on as well, that maybe when you speak into all that you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see. You know,
actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like
yes,
you can turn a bit better for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, since you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I used sprint in the Sanctum and I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting. It's gonna so fast.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved like, and even outside of that, it's like talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's you know, obviously dodge rolling is improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
Well, I believe
this feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. Yeah, that one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle. Like if you, but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to.
You mentioned like the way you designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure,
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
True.
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking,
that was my point.
Like, even though I made not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So you know, we tried it. It works.
Big respect.
That's really it comes down to, right? So you know, that as long as that's the case, then you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where you know, we're just, it's all just like. Even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over.
That's fair.
Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where...
This was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that, you know, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it's making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Yeah, like and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how POE1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in POE2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So yeah, like I'm really glad we tried that one, because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like...
one iron.
Okay, so you know, something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior, because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
It's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, you know, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the Warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the Warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because, you know, I've got more Fist of War skills going off. Like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer, you've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff, and there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through like places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before,
That's
that you don't
bothering
have
me.
access to if you're going to use cross-element. So
Yeah.
you're never going to use cross-element, right?
even,
Like
yeah.
you're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there because
We merged and we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into single.
we did.
single
So yeah,
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment
Oh,
for that
wow.
reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every
Holy.
single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And
so-
guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right?
But
That's
if-
there, but,
oh,
but
if you
yet
wanna-
now, if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore.
If you want to watch them, just go to their channel, right? Like this is for my reaction. That's why you're here.
It is like an elementalist, like there is
Right.
mixing of the elements.
Mhm,
It's
mhm. It's cool.
because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing
Right.
because of scaling and
Yeah.
but it seems like
This looks like such a good patch.
gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it.
I feel bad for
and,
Lefty,
yeah, I mean,
but-
look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have a I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to
Ordered
weave lightning
pizza.
into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and you know, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. Like you need,
because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
Yeah,
happening
a
on
number of
bosses
the
and
skills
things
have
like
a
that.
bunch of shock effect on
Yeah,
it.
so effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it because the idea is that, like, you know, we really want to make sure that, you know, it actually works. But
Yes.
so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
It's just not enough. It just wasn't doing it.
Is there gonna be a race for last debug? No, the devs haven't reached out to me about anything, so no.
You wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I've got some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like, if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the ignite, and then the next failed ignite will.
It's called flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so
it's finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yeah.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
We're going to be one-shotting bosses
enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like
True.
you saw the boss getting chunked
right.
from those shots in the footage
you just
compared to like the
freeze it,
regular
and then
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name. Let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage
and
of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days was like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us.
I'm waiting for
I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they're on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign.
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
Sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
But also pick. The names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for, there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it called?
Oh, God,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Impossible. Whatever. Google it.
Yeah,
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah,
Yes.
but yeah,
That's what it needs to be like.
no, but pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this,
yeah,
so many people must be struggling with this. Like, I remember to build
Execrate or whatever.
right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100.
Finally played their own game and are starting to make it better for once.
Linear supports and oh my god, there's
But
so
also,
much going on.
the linear supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they
Yeah.
kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the linear support things will end up probably being like, this build guide
should have
says,
played it like 6 months ago before they ruined it.
So, and and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that, it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator creates a build, even if it's quite well optimized, there's usually a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. There's not many games like that really that.
I don't really think I get that as much from POE1 anymore, but POE2 is getting that.
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
for sure. So with the sheer amount of supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain sockets and get a 6 link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped, and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the idea is that it's we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and kind of making higher better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's it effectively turns, you're getting less uncuts but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones and that kind of stuff. So that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, from rares and uniques, that is even more. So you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
You can cube them down, right? As
You
well.
can
So if
down
you like,
cube. You can't up cube. You can
if
down
you're like
cube.
SS, if you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if
into-
you're an SSF and you're not
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier
then you
ones,
can
and you
put
don't
them
need
down.
them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. You know, like that's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's
but-
more about the
It's more
greater
the-
one going into the other
yeah,
ones.
exactly.
Yeah. So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like one 6-link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we
guaranteeing that.
significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.1.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which
of a
was a decent time into
Yeah,
the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like
You can't hear me eating, right?
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant to
exactly
be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 0.2x when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in POE1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
So
access, okay, it's
we went back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. So that was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also inherent items. There's another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. You don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect, that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. And we've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well. Right, immediately
reasonably
got the
effective,
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh, cool,
for those who were at the OG or the
from
second
back in the day.
ExileCon.
Way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomart.
Question: did they say they had to go to someone's hideout to buy something still, like from the offline cell tab, or like the automatic cell tab? Like, does it take you to their hideout?
and there's a max limit on the amount of people in someone's hideout. And you effectively, on softcore, somebody that's selling a lot of items, let's use PubGun for an example, what if you don't leave? And the hideout hits the max amount of people in it. And you just grieve PubGun because he's gonna have so many items for sale. Like, are streamers on softcore fucked?
Terraria found one?
Yeah. So effectively, you get so now there's effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like,
no.
Because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind, we've sort of rearranged everything, right? Because we've got things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2,
PubGun and MP, be careful.
those up to tier 3, but then in tier 3 there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then endgame for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from chat and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of endgame builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
It's kind of like an example about that. Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different with hollow palm gives you damage a different way. But with shockwave totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is it's not going to fly. Now that being said, plus gem level still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes we have something that's relatively correct, but of course we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with, so where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like what's the expected kind of like player solve. Or
well, and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You know, you have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with, to at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously. So that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least, so that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have all that, and I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far.
I love
and
how
like
much
and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So
Sorcerer's going to be OP now.
Missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now. Yeah.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have this system. Let's just bloody get it done, so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up, so that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of, well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items, you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively, what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low.
You said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
well,
not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that kind of created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance
to can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining.
Remove the item. It again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to think about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. Like, but we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like, because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right. Right. But yes, no change of none of that repricing.
The bait and switch is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone's
and be
like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But yes,
5c again.
On the other
hand, want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a big fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind
of
like presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so
We're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little, trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
So much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have looked through a seller's other listings. But now, a lot of the time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
What are their other
items?
items?
But even stuff like
buy 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So you're getting the nice organization and colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can
people's ASCII art.
Yeah.
So
that'll be a nice one too.
I can't wait to look at all the Phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay. No, I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it, unfortunately.
So probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like,
Well, the idea of even just popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
hideouts are doing it too, just browsing what cool items they got. It's far more physically a thing that you can do now. It's it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. What is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on POE2 before we look at putting it into POE1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling.
POE2 is the alpha.
Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for POE1 and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But I am almost certain that it'll have to go into POE1. There's no way people won't.
Oh, that's
it'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right?
Ultimately that. I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. There's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
right
how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right. Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right. Yeah, exactly.
And
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, tier 1 uniques cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation that kind of
not in the same way.
The descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you'll actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in POE1, I imagine.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah. Exactly.
Currency exchanges for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yeah. So we had the kind of discussion in the past about whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there. So if this goes well, do you plan to remove old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the function that they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term POE1 players have seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. You can fully just convert them, and that is why it's also just as important to work in POE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna...
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the POE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying, but once it gets added to POE1, then they'll
on the website.
Work.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because the typing, web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves, so if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something in game.
Console.
And here's the thing, I reckon for console it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect a little
console control, typing text with the console control is just fundamentally crap. Right, so typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these searches.
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well. A lot of people are very excited about that, even in game one. And
it is a feature that we will do. It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. You mentioned that there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially want to do with this as well, in-game features of things.
I mean, obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, it certainly opens the door to it. I wouldn't want to say no, that it's not going to happen. There's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. It's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, it's not to say Awaken trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously are a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to POE1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
see. Another question here is when you click secure item or buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout. It's is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they it is technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. I think it should be fine. But that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for those mega deals, and see 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better
in this
version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
So we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around the shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, hopefully the full OS freezes will, like, we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point, but effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do, we made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, so one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, like, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of any of this stuff. So we'll have to see. Honestly, I have to see how it goes. We'll have to see for that. But yeah, like, it's, to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like, it's we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big what do we need to tutorialize again.
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this. Then they literally won't. So
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes like something that's so good.
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game search,
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that, because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in POE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price, apologies if it's a little bit off, it's a bit hard to track down exactly, is like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like, there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing, is like that exalt exchange rate would be the
I'm curious from your perspective, like, when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue, and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, oh yeah, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques, maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in POE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem, but I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine, because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time, so that'll sync a few more exalts that way, and so I guess we'll see how that works out too.
I'm curious, like, so when you look at the umbrella you see 969 and you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena and it's like, that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess, most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like, every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like, it's nothing. It's there is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like, at least if you to be able to quantify it as like, I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. You still, at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, you're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. And you're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great, just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from POE1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious to see.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about, like, so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you, like, I don't know, use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would think Ange probably would let you. I think that would work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones, but there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
We can make that
I feel like that'd be good if not.
So we can make it work.
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Chat says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Here's my advice to sellers then, is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we moved it to her.
And they're are they both the long neck boy? Or wait,
no.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
That's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the in-game now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And,
I didn't think this would last this long. I had no ads for 3 hours, because I was like, this won't take longer than 3 hours.
So before
I have
we
to play
had
ads again now.
Exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
I'll just do it
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
for the first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise you have an advantage over new players. technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league. Yeah. Per league, you have to. Per league, you have to. Or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for other archetype stuff, so that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we did Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
50,
maybe
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that, yeah.
It was like, so
we're not quite there.
Not quite there, but obviously
it's just as bad. It's just as bad. To be fair, I'm only counting one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes, so, maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true. Well, either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
for
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
the mid-league nerfs, like, people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like, it's
if you get on it fast enough,
yes, you have to get on it so fast, basically, to make it
get away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I, and stuff like that, obviously we'll, support other people forward. Like, you get our staff are playing and all that. So like, this stuff does get around and we do learn about it. But like, if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like, make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like, it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of these bad builds, like why, like these need to not be this bad. Like, you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like, we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like, there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough, because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, But it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and, you know, doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so, you know, making it that you don't, like, if the worst was only slightly worse than, you know, the best, you know, slightly, you know, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, you know, I feel like then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive, like I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and yeah, keep you don't bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, you know, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight, you know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think, like, if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
That you can't necessarily tell, because at the point where, like, it's what Mark said earlier, like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't, like, by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like you
and now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally all of them will.
Probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
POE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as well.
I think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were. And so like I feel like as more information is there, like people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because like early POE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening there. So, but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
With
your 1500 crit multi
charges on crit.
Right.
No.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes? In some cases, where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds, where spellcasters are doing it. Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also has, is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. they were playing lightning and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but there are clear, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes. And so we focused on a lot of those. We looked at look, these aren't being played, and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes.
6 minutes.
Not great. So that gets something way more drastic. So that's not just bring up cold a bit. It's kind of all right, we need to do something crazy here and just shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you get the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah. There's so much going on there though. It's there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix, you know what I mean? But that's not by design. You don't want that to happen. Yeah. But we'll see. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm I
was struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at it, what is the actual weakness of this thing. That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and it's okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and that's for Smith of Catava. So hold on, we need to make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not feeling obliged to play Smith of Catava to get the insane high max res. That's one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have another there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? It's we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where energy shield, even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence and use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this.
And next in the is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's anything that's kind of just overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well.
Armor is going to be so interesting now.
Yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and, you know, so it's
just
been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, yeah, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, yeah. It's not...
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield but also into the 2 recharge axes, and you know you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, which
yep, I'm so ready for the patch notes. It was just a little bit too long for me, and I love the talk. The patch notes are up, and I want to go read them now. I don't know if you guys feel the same. If not, you can go to the Path of Exile channel and continue watching there. But I want to watch the patch notes. Scrya, do you want me to have Lionized watch theme as actual audio or just for myself? Like, do you want it split or do you want that to be in the background? This is a full read through. Oh my god.
Holy crap.
Alright. Well. Yeah, I will F11 them. Did Scrya answer? I didn't see. Split is fine. Okay, cool, you don't want them. But I do. Alright, how's the volume? Is that silent enough? Hello? Are you ready for patch notes with Scissorin?
Yes.
Today, we are going to be going over the Path of Exile 2 patch notes.
You're ready for the
question mark. Frog, thanks. Also, a huge thank you to anyone that subbed. I have alert off because there's a lot, but huge thank you. Really appreciate the resubs and subs. Who are you? This is my voice when I'm speaking into the microphone.
See the core.
Hello? Keep talking like this. Keep doing ASMR. Hello? I just usually
core.
like sit further away from the mic. Alright. F11. Let's. What is it, Pestilence? Is it without any further ado? Adieu? 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 Let's crack on into it. Adieu in English? Yeah, I know. Adieu? Alright. Anyway. Alright. Hi, Scissorin here with the Path of Exile 2 patch notes. This is going to be the long form reading. Now, I'm probably going to skip over anything I've already seen from the trailers and the announcements. So, ideally watch the video reveals first. But I will probably make some passing comments on it. And they're quite long. They're quite long. I will have a TLDR as well. Yes, I should reposition the camera. Great call. Great call. Like there, maybe? I think this is a good position. Good enough. But yeah, without any further ado, let's crack on into it. Top right? Yeah, I guess I could be top right. You're right. I don't know if that's better. Okay, so we are not getting Druid. We are not getting new classes. But we're getting way more stuff than I anticipated. Okay, Pestler. Yeah, we're getting a shit ton of stuff. We're getting Act 4, we're getting no more second campaign. We are getting Abyss, we're getting a huge buff, we're getting Sprint, we're getting an auction house basically. So much stuff. So much stuff. Way more than I was expecting. Way more. So yeah, that's like Act 4, the interludes. These are like mini acts. They're probably going to be more similar to maps. Then we're getting Abyss. Huge balance overhaul. And for those of you that are new to Path of Exile and you're wondering how all this affects you and if it affects your existing characters, yes, it does. And what most of us Path of Exile players do is we don't continue playing our old characters. That is in a dead league now. You still can continue playing them. So if you're somebody that has very few hours, if you have like 2 hours a month kind of thing, yeah, some people do just continue playing their old characters. But for those of us that are gaming more than 5 hours a week, most of us will make characters in the new season. Was it called Abyss? What's the new season actually called? Rise of the Abyssal. Okay, they didn't want to just call it Abyss League. I get it. I feel you. Rise of the Abyssal. But yeah. The third edict? I don't even know. Wait. Oh, it is the third edict. The league is called the third edict. Okay, but either way. We are getting quite a lot of stuff. We're getting quite a lot of stuff. So we'll see how they are.
Yay, I beat him!
Support gems, 40 new lineage supports, so basically 51 new support gems. These are drop only from what we saw. Like you can't get those with right-clicking a support gem. Now, a very big thing as well, that was in the trailer, but I want to mention it anyway for people that did skip it. You can now use multiple support gems on different gems. So you can use greater multiple projectiles 4 times, for example. So, that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. And yeah, loads of minor changes. Loads of minor changes. We are getting a lot of new gems. Forge Hammer looked particularly cool to me in the trailer. It's sort of like Mjolnir. Fire Mjolnir. Like from like the movies, like Thor. Very cool. It just looked really cool. A lot of stuff looks really cool. But we're getting a lot of new things. Obviously, a lot of this stuff we need to actually see proper numbers on before we can start theory crafting. But the one that was the most exciting to me, is it here? This one. Releases a cannon totem which uses socketed grenaded skills. That's my favorite. I like that. I want that. I'm probably league starting that. Hopefully it'll be viable. Like I haven't really played a build that uses totems a lot before. So yeah. There's no reason to post spoilers of the patch notes that I'm literally reading in chat, Beefy Bird. It's just very annoying and frustrating. You are contributing severely negatively to my chat. Currently, access to most pinnacle content requires the same key. You're often better off selling it to someone who can run it. Right, so these are the changes where they are changing back to shards, but you're now using like 25, 50, or 100 shards for the different difficulties. Obviously, this is Path of Exile. I don't really know if something's good or bad until I try it, but this sounds awesome. This sounds great. I think that's a huge W. I think that's a huge W. They've also reworked the maps with like, there's no longer like the positive prefixes, negative suffixes, or whatever way. So
Very excited for that. Let's skim through this and see
Oh,
if there's
I'm
something
dead,
that was
they
not
got
in the
me.
videos. Arbiter is now static difficulty with infinite portals. Not on hardcore. Do you know what? It doesn't say anything about it, but I really, really hope. I really, really hope that the corridor move in Arbiter is better. That, in my opinion, is so garbage. I hope it's better. That's one of my fears. Because it's not very enjoyable on hardcore.
Wondering where the hits are coming from.
Maybe with sprinting it's doable. Yeah, sprinting will help.
I think it's 33 degrees here right now.
Added a Uber version of the Arbiter of Ash boss fight, which requires the new Calamity fragment. Okay. Acquiring a map boss has been adjusted. Slaying map boss in 79, 80. An anomaly in Citadel 79, 79.
Wearing shitty armor.
This seems good. Completing the Pinnacle of Flame. Allroth. So those are all the ways. Right. And then, yeah, modifiers have been reworked. Every modifier comes with a downside. Do you know, I like that because, like, we had such a surplus of maps too that on hardcore, I was just running only positive maps. Like, why would I run negative maps? Like, we had infinite maps, so I was like, cool. This one has like 1 ignorable downside and 3 upsides. Free map. So this does sound better. Items that have a max of 2 sockets have a very low chance of generating 3 sockets with high tier maps. Cool. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a little bit worried. It's a bit weird. Because especially for solo self-on, which I don't really play in POE2, but there's no scouring. There's no scouring orb. Yeah, you can melt the 4 sockets. They showed that, but there's no scouring orb. So it's such a weird feeling. This map has been renamed to Marrow. Detailed expedition for +1 logbooks. No longer provides 30%. Always have 4 implicit modifiers though, instead of 3. Okay. The He approaches now provides revived monsters, a 40% increase to be magical rare instead of 20.
Alright.
And no longer 30%
Money
chance
card,
to contain
antibiotics.
Essence rework. They have 4 tiers now: lesser, normal, greater, and perfect. And I do love the new system there, except perfect looked really bad to me. I don't know, there might be a difference here between softcore and hardcore, but perfect without omens seems like it's going to be really rough, and we don't have omens on the hardcore economy in the same way as softcore does. So I don't know how I feel about that. I rather wish that the perfect ones worked like POE1 essences or POE1 chaos orbs. Instead of adding a modifier to a certain tag, essences now add a specific monster modifier. Depending on the tier of essence and type of item it's being applied to. Lesser, normal, and greater. Can upgrade a magic item to rare. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption. Remove a random modifier. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption. But that's just the 4 special ones, right? Like Delirium. Hi, Baleki. Added 7 new types of essences.
Laser carbine, new baby.
We're pretty happy. We're mostly happy. I can't even remember the things I didn't like, except I don't like perfect essence. I was also surprised that we have more than 1 sale tab. I was very, very surprised there's more than 1 sale tab. When they showed that, I thought, and I instantly thought, like, that's fair and that's balanced. I thought everybody got 1 sale tab. Oh yeah, I'm not sure about exceptional bases. In POE2. Can you use quads? Yo, Raider from Path of Exile.
That's the first time that's happened. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. DGG raid. Yeah, thank you. We are raiding the Passionates. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the host. Is this echoing for anyone? It's because you have me open in the first window and the raid window. Thank you. Hi, Path of Exile. Thank you for the raid. Raided by Nick. Thanks, Nick. For you, I am Zizerman. I'm Zizerin. We're reading patch notes right now. Welcome to my stream. Hello. Yeah, we're just going over the patch notes. I'm largely happy. We were just saying, I was surprised that we get more than one. But by the way, did other people? So when they first showed the new trading system with the one tab, I thought we got one tab, and everyone had one tab. I thought that's how it worked. How many do you want? No, we can get infinite, I think. But I thought we were only going to get one. What, did anyone else think the same? I see a few people in chat said that. I feel like it's crazy that we're gonna get many. I kind of wish it capped at 10 or something. Why premium tabs and half for free
sneaking up on me
They're
like
probably
that.
gonna cost the same, right, as a premium tab. Why is it bad? So okay. It's not necessarily bad for the player in the most direct sense. It can be bad for the game. I'm sure we can all see the downsides of an instant buyout economy. We're just the downsides of not
Ultra
having it
rare.
is finally too much.
Pulse rifle.
I've been very,
Fuck
very
yeah.
against an instant buyout economy for a long time, but with POE2, the downsides are just far too vast. Far too vast. Like, we needed an instant buyout. And also, I wonder, I don't know, because I have never programmed like a bot to try to like cheat like that. But I wonder the fact that you have to do the website, then it takes you in-game, and then you have to do the window. That is probably still a little bit of a barrier. Because there's not an in-game auction house that you browse. Like, I don't know. But I would assume. And the gold fee. The gold fee will help. So I think this is like such a good way of handling it. And so obviously there's a lot of people here that are just Path of Exile 2 players. But POE2 trade is so horrible compared to POE1 trade. Like, I'm sure every Path of Exile 1 player will tell you, like, yes, it's bad and has problems. In POE1, but it's way worse in POE2. Why are you against an instant buyout economy? It worked in every other game except Diablo 3. Well, what you just said is completely fictitious, right? Nearly every game has, like, massive, huge issues with instant buyout. World of Warcraft solves it by having bind on equip or soulbound. A lot of games just have, like, the economy is partly ruined because of it. Like, there's huge issues with it. And especially in PoE, it was always hard to find attacks, right? We didn't have gold. So, let's say that you had an instant buyout system with just Chaos Orbs, and you have no tanks. And obviously, there's huge issues there, right? No, you don't have to be online. Like, literally, the only other ARPG that does this is Last Epoch, and they're soulbound. I think. Are they soulbound? Fuck, I can't even remember. What are the huge issues? Well, like, bots. That's what happens in every game. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, you only get to trade them once, which, in my opinion, is the best solution. Soulbound is the best solution to trade, in my opinion. Like, so you can resell items. Why are you complaining about this? You play SSF. I don't. I don't. I've also played in like any season that I do play trade in, I play more hours than you will in your entire life, for example. Right? I have 28,000 hours in the game, and 19,000 of those were in Trade League. I'm just saying. I'm allowed to have an opinion on trade. And like in POE2, a big problem with the trade was in POE1, there's like a nice etiquette for trading. People come to your hideout. Some people want you to trade first, some people don't. I am a trade firster. But in POE2, people just wait in the acts and wait for you to come to them. And it was really weird. Like it was very, very bad etiquette in POE2. So I was anyway, so it doesn't matter, but like that's why I was against it, right? Now I'm very for an instant buy at auction house. That's all I'm saying. Like in POE2, the problem became so bad. And you also got to remember, I played hardcore, which is 15 times better than softcore when it comes to trade, right? Because we have so many less people. Whereas like on softcore trade has been like even bad in POE1 for so long. And on POE2 is unplayable because of so new players. They need to give every player a free tab or it becomes pay to win. But that's the same issue as now, right? Slash tabs are already pay to win. I feel like POE2 is taking some of that etiquette to POE1. 100%. 100%. It's worse now. It is worse now. But it is also like a $3 or $5 tab. Oh, it's $4. Sorry, I was wrong. So yes, it is pay to win, but spending $4 for a game. Like, yeah, I do agree it's free to play, but I also agree that it's buy to play. $3 on discount. Ah, yes. Yes, you can, if you currently have a premium tab, you can change that for free into a buy a tab. But tabs are mandatory for the full PoE experience. That's why I agree if somebody says it's a 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10 pay to win, I agree with that. But if somebody says it's buy to play, I agree with that. Because I'm sure everybody in chat will agree with this, but if you spend $40 or $50 on Path of Exile stash tabs, you will never ever again need to spend money on PoE. I don't think there's anyone that'll disagree with that. So, obviously it would be great if everything was free, but they don't exactly have unfair monetization, do they? 60? Sure. Now it's 90. So I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something. Let me boot up PoE1. It's probably the easiest. So back in Tempest League. Hey, this patch is way bigger than I thought. Actually, maybe I can just load up PoE2. I have stash tabs there. Oh my god, patches everywhere, brother man. There was a league called Tempest, and there were no quad tabs yet. So for Tempest, I bought 92 regular stash tabs. So I can get a lot of these buy tabs now. Well, I was new to the game and I was a hoarder and I didn't know what to get rid of. Okay, stop downloading. Oh no, I deleted everything. Okay, never mind. I can't. It takes too long. But yeah, I have a lot of tabs. No, premium ones. How much have you spent on tabs? Well, I think we calculated the ones that I actively used in... It depends per league. The ones I used this season was $70. The ones I used in Necropolis League was $180. So like, it depends on the season. It depends on the season. I had to buy more quad tabs for Necropolis League. Yeah, Necropolis was something. Necropolis was pay to win. Everything. But yeah. Okay, let's continue reading through the patch notes. Thank you again, Path of Exile, for the huge raid. Really appreciate it. They would have to pay me to play Necropolis? Yeah, I didn't like Necro.
Necropolis was pay to win. Thanks for the raid. Oh, well, I mean, they have never forced me to say anything. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? They always let me say what I want. And I think we all value that in a developer. Essence of Hysteria now augments different guarantee modifier depending on the type of item it's applied to. Oh, cool. Enjoy no divine drops until level 92? Fuck. Okay, if I didn't like the game, I wouldn't play this much. But yeah. Are drops broken or did I miss it? No, they're still on. They're still on. A lot of bans will just ban you if you don't agree with them. No, that doesn't happen either. I have never heard of that happening. But some devs will not work with you or do stuff with you if you like don't just praise them. What do you think about all the crafting changes? It remains to be seen. I think it's a good thing. I want POE2 to get more crafting. Crafting is the biggest weak point of POE2 in my opinion. It's why I don't want to play SSF in POE2. Hey, Luz. Like, I don't want to play SSF in POE2. I'm a trade league enjoyer in POE2 because it's so brutal. No, I'm not thinking SSF. Did you just ask me if I'm thinking SSF? Dude, I'm already within 10 seconds of seeing this. I can make so fun videos. I probably have to record these off stream because they might be harder to do on stream. But I can make like compilation videos with Scrya of bargain buys. Look what I got for 1 alchemy orb. You're gonna be able to see so much dumb shit that people have mislisted. It's gonna be so fun. Where was I? Where was I? Here. Here. Is this the flipper? It's what I did in WoW. I hit gold cap. Just blur out my name. Did you answer to which game has the better future now, since they seem to have gone back on some design decisions limiting flexibility? Well, okay, so somebody asked me that earlier. I still think POE1 is slightly more exciting to me because they are going to always be trying so hard to not do too much complexity in POE2, I think. And I think that's a good thing. But whereas in POE1, I think from their last podcast, right, they were like, you know what, POE1's just going to be the way POE1 is and just throw more complexity on it. And I love that because I have so many hours in it. So that's always going to be a little bit more exciting for me, right? But yeah, let's read questions. Unique Strongboxes have now their own unique minimap icons. Love that. Added a minimap icon to the Rain Festival. Beetle monster. Cool. Delwyn no longer appears. First Mirror and Wisps. Are they still in the game?
But people are
these
back.
Mirror and Wisps like perma? I guess they are, right? Yeah. Now start appearing from hunting.
How's everybody doing?
I don't love the
some
environment.
stuff
I don't feel like they
some
added that
things.
much to the game. In 6 years from now, I assume that'll be the first mechanic to go. They're kind of whatever. Yeah, they're very whatever. I hope they. I don't think it changed a little bit. Hooded one can no longer be placed in your hideout. You're still able to identify him from him in towns, but Doriani will serve as identification in hideout.
This abandoned depot's not very exciting, but it's alright.
Because the hooded one dies in Act 4.
Being a depot?
Abandoned depot.
I'm just excited that we're going to Kingsbridge. Like, I think that's really cool. Because, like, we built it. Spoiled it? No, I'm asking. I'm not telling.
Still on doing the vanilla run, so, like... Guess POIs are the best way to get loot.
No longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight has started. They can just walk in. You're able to log directly into a town or a hideout by control... By holding... You're not able to log directly selecting a character. Okay. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, am I reading that
Come on,
right?
Stu Bob, tell
So
me
if
you
I
got that
log out in
reference.
the middle of a pack of monsters,
I'm not even paying attention,
can I
man. What was
control
said about
click
what?
to get right back into hideout?
Oh, I'm doing.
Not be in the middle of that pack of
I'm
monsters.
still doing the vanilla run. So, like, loot and POIs are like the best way to get loot because drilling sucks ass.
Huh.
We
Look
don't
at
have any-
faction chat.
We don't have any other CG shit.
Has Quinn seen that? More ways to cheat on hardcore. Well, I'm a big fan of how
I don't get the
how
reference.
bosses work in POE2. Like, in
You don't
my
do
opinion,
Metallica?
The ideal, you should always be able to leave a fight at any point.
I
I don't
haven't
mind
listened
whether
to
that's a
Metallica
portal or a
since I
loadout.
was
You should always
20,
be able to
so.
leave a fight. But I love whenever you leave a fight, that boss fucking resets.
Do any of you
should
guys
do
play,
every single fight
6 days ago?
100 to 0 without leaving, in my opinion, on softcore and hardcore.
Any of you guys play?
Like, I don't
Path
mind
of
if you
Exile
leave.
ever?
I don't think it's a good thing for games to have commit or die because
Ever?
And you might
Yeah.
be thinking, why not? It's because
I think I
you're
played
supposed
it
to
an hour
until there's
once.
zero risk, or you don't get a fight. That's not very fun. But you
I
should do
don't
it from
get
100 to
it.
0 in one
Everybody's
fight.
so nuts about it.
Like for example, the act. I was about to say.
Well, it
Act
kind of
8.
ruined Path of
What's
Exile
the
too. I
Viper?
was
Such a hard fight.
looking
if you're
forward to
rushing
that
through the
for
campaign
years,
and you're
so-
not prepping, Viper is such a hard fight. I had to do
They've made
4
it really
attempts
bad.
on hardcore. Like it's genuinely difficult.
You just tried it for an hour and quit.
Not if
I wish I
memory
would have
game
done the
and Zero
same
Exarch
thing.
exist in POE1. Oh, absolutely, yeah,
Oh.
100%, 100%. You should have to do every memory
I'll
game
never get the
without
time
failing
back.
it if you want the loot from Maven, in my opinion. That boss should reset if you have to leave. Nice to meet you.
I don't know what I'm really going to go out and hunt up next.
Calm down, Satan. I actually think both of those bosses are my favorite because of that. What if you have short-term
Guess I can
memory
make my
loss?
capital ship,
And what
though.
if you don't have hands? You just gotta figure out other. Not everything can be for everyone. Quinn filter. Then they cannot gate content as they do. Yes, they can. Absolutely. There should be difficult content. You can get better.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of CPUs.
What if you don't have a monitor? Yeah,
Once
like,
I
what if you
found
don't
out
have a
you can
PC?
only make
I'm so glad
one
that
of
this is
each
not
one
working
or
for
something, or
GGG.
two of some, but
Yeah, I mean, some people
It's like
don't.
how
You
big
have one of the
CPU
basics,
Yeah.
2 of
You
the
already have a game
improved,
that's
4
called
of
Diablo
the
4.
advanced.
yeah. I thought you can make multiple of the first one, right? I didn't think it was going to be so gated.
That's the point of CPUs, is to gate things. It is
Very
the
loose
limiting
terms,
factor,
Unfortunately.
you know.
I was just thinking, like, you know, I'd not without ever playing vanilla 4 because my very first time I ever played this game was on that server, CG one. So I would think, well, maybe you could just make
POE
more
is
than
not
one,
really
right? Just to
gatekeeping,
increase
huh?
your CPU
Not really
power, but
gatekeeping.
it's not
You
gated.
can.
Bosses should be harder.
Well,
there's
yeah,
no
but
point in
like the
bosses
very
being-
first one, you can only make
You can
one
always
of them.
have, like,
I figured I could
easier
make like
Right,
10 of them.
versions. Like, I'm a
basic you
big
can make
fan of
1,
tutorial
the
versions of
improved
the
you can
bosses,
make
like
2,
the
the
tutorial versions of
advanced
Halo
you
and
can make
Exarch.
4 or
I
even
really
5
like
of
the
them,
infinite
I forget.
portals for Arbiter stuff to, like, let
The
people
then
learn and
there's
get better.
quantum CPUs and auxiliary CPUs, and you can
if,
make an
like,
advanced
let's say
CPU, which
this happens
raises
in
your
a lot of
CPU.
RPGs, including
they have
PoE sometimes,
quantums
when you
on
just
here.
walk up to a
There's
boss
like a
and
little
right-click it, it's not a boss.
CPU page or something.
Quantums are looted.
Yeah,
right?
I'm having to run campaign.
Ooh, so you can loot ones that are better than the ones you can craft.
You loot
Interesting.
ones that augment the ones that you can
I
craft.
say memory
That's
games. That's fair. I like it. I'm a fan
So
of it.
you can throw them in. They don't save the blueprint, and if they get blown up, they're fucking gone. But
Getting to be
they
actually
do,
unified isn't gatekeeping. Yeah, I
you know,
agree.
bring your
Augment gatekeeping
CPU
is
up.
pretty
Also,
much
the people, like the NPCs
we're
and
talking
stuff,
about the
they
hardest
lower
content in the game. There
your
should-
CPU
There
draw,
should be allowed to be difficult content.
right? So having staff,
Let's see. You can use
you know,
checkpoints to warp to
lowers
checkpoint
the
areas,
requirement of
checkpoints,
CPU that your
moments
other
that
things
stack,
take up.
or
You talking about like
mechanics
the
that 3D art.
the people,
Do you know, do
citizens
people
you
get
can
the
buy or
right-click
whatever?
behavior of omens in POE1?
Yeah.
Really?
I kind of like it.
Yes.
And
then there are
Restoration
specialized
Can now
ones
be traded through currency exchange.
that do even more.
Oh,
Do you know one thing?
I know
I'm
Freya.
hoping
For
this is
that
further down, but
information.
I'm guessing it isn't. But I wish
Because I know a
could
guy that's
select
selling
a
one.
lower level gem with
They're
a higher
selling
level
them.
gem. Do you know what I mean? Like if I
That
have
is
a level
awesome.
17 gem, but I want to
I
level
think they
15
take
gem,
like
I would
250
select
off
that.
of your CPU or something like that.
Just
Which
cover
may
your
not
entire
seem like a
ship with
lot,
it.
but when
they've
you've
made that
got
less
about
expensive
100
right
of
now
them,
than it
that's
cost
Yeah.
they add up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm assuming that it's still going to be necessary.
Put like 800 dancing
Farming
girls on the
specific items
outside
for
of your
level
ship to
13
take
crab was
hits.
lame. Yeah.
That would be
And
funny.
also,
Yeah,
it's
then all of
just
a sudden
nice.
your
Yeah, exactly.
generators
Yeah,
blow
you're
up
right. And
because
it's
they
just for
put you
leveling,
below the CPU
right?
limit when
Like,
you
it
lose them.
sucks to have
Yeah.
prepped like lower
Oh,
level gems
man.
for new characters.
It'd be funny looking,
Whereas,
you
like,
know?
if I could use like a level 18 gem on my new characters and just make that like level 6, that'd be nice.
You catch the rockets and then spin them around and they fly back to
Low
the
level gems are
originator.
going to cost
There you go.
way more than high level gems in the
Oh, man.
exchange. Yes. But yeah, NVIDIA Reflex been enabled. Party members can no longer fruitlessly attempt to open expedition portals. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your characters will allow sprint. This is such a big W. Honestly, this alone changes the entire game. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem. Skills not... Wait, what? You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skill socketed does not count towards this limit. You can sell multiple copies of specters or tame beasts, but only one of each kind of monster. Wait, this is a huge nerf. Yeah, multiple bells too, but I had so I was doing, I had 3 artillery ballista totems. No, I mean I had 2 gems, right? I had one that was for putting down 3 artillery ballista totems, and then I had a 4th. Well, I had a 2nd gem that had +1, but also the Gigantify one to put down a 4th bigger one, and that was really cool. Yeah, I saw Wonka. Attribute requirement on all equipments have been lowered, particularly at endgame. Endgame base types, 20 to 25% less attributes. Nice, that's huge. Skill gems, 20 to 25 less. 20 to 25 less. Is that high enough on 21? Probably.
Guess that water's a lot shallower than I thought, too.
So. They do have to be very careful, because like if not, there's some things every build is gonna have, and that's what they want to avoid. They want to avoid every build having a pet. Fire damage is no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability. Debuff that lasts for 4 seconds grants all fire damage against the enemy a chance to ignite. Hopefully, this is better. And I was talking to Mark a bit about ignite and how it felt, and he was playing it. He didn't. It was, I mean, I guess this is why it's changed. The big problem with Ignite though is pro-lift. Hopefully it'll feel okay. Multiple hits can stack up flammability. Effects which don't hit but ignite also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite targets until 100%. Okay. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that became capable of igniting and to enemies. Okay. Some enemies deal a non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not affected by these. Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-players. Still 4 seconds on the player. Chill is 8 seconds. Man, they're really going for what do you call it? Ailments. Overflow on life mana and ES can overflow by 1.5 times instead of 2. Damn. The chill one is huge? Yeah. 100%. 100%. Although chills on any target are now discarded if it's less than 30% chill. So that is maybe you don't need effect. Like that's pretty crazy. Why did they rename suppress to deflect? Because it's not just for spells. Yeah, okay. Is it just me, or is evasion dex builds like way too OP now? Because they were already the strongest. Even on hardcore, if you went like an ES high evade build with block, you were immortal. And now we got spell suppression on top of that.
Stu, I'm not sure where
Like, I'm
at your base
definitely going.
I can park.
It is better than spell suppression. I'm definitely
I don't
going
know.
to deflect
Maybe you
range.
can find room somewhere.
I can't get blocked though, because I want a bow.
I think your base can park in my ship.
It's better than fortify. At least armor got buffed. Read notes.
Yes, I just built it for a little.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna have to wait and see. I haven't gotten
type
through the
thing
notes
out
yet.
in the middle of nowhere.
I'm allowed to explore
They put a
things.
teleporter in now that I think about
Block
it.
experiments. Light stun chance of less than 15% are now treated as 0.
I'm guessing you want me to make you a teleporter.
I don't know if I can make one or not. Let me look.
Elemental exposure now is 15% less effective
Not
on
yet.
magic
I can't.
monsters, 30
Can
on
I
rare,
got the
and 50
points
on
for it?
unique.
I think I spent all my points on
Unarmed
CG
attacks,
crap.
now base crit of 5, previously none.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start
Glory
making
now
those
decays.
alien science project things and delivering them to you.
Duration is now refreshed.
Oh, I
and
got enough
55.
points. I can get a
I
advanced
mean, I'm
teleporter.
here. I can make them. It's not a
I
huge
can't
deal.
make
Well, you
I
already
can't
have
make
guard.
a
Hold
quantum
on,
one, but I
replace
can
with
make an
the existing
advanced one.
guard buff. If the amount of guard you would gain would be lower than what you already had. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff.
The shields
would
on this
extend
base are not
proportionally
real
to the amount
good,
of
but you
guard
know what?
giving
I
you
don't
buff
care.
Compared to the old buff.
They're
of
good
guard.
enough for drone attacks, and the worst thing it's going to attack me is probably Talon.
Okay. Excellent. We have infinite guard. Instead, the duration of the existing guard is extended.
So you able to find
What?
parking space at least around my
Or
base
do you like
somewhere?
guards? Put some guard in your guard.
Well, I mean, you
Ice
can see
crystals
where
will
I've
now
parked.
instantly shatter from hits that could consume freeze. Glacial
Joking.
cascade.
If you can't see where I parked, then you need help.
Call that out. Added
Oh, I
a new
need help
mechanic called
anyway,
elemental
but
infusion that many elemental spells interact with.
I think you probably
Help,
could have
I'm not
landed.
qualified to render.
I think you could have probably landed over my base and had
Just
your
elemental
ship
infusions.
like touching
Dude,
either
the,
side of
like,
the ground.
fire, cold, and lightning firestorm
You know,
looked
opposite.
so hecking cool, man.
Probably.
That looked so cool.
Is there any difference between the alien and
The
human
following
crew?
have been renamed to avoid confusion.
No.
Amazon's
Just,
infused,
you know, what you
Spire
want to
infusion, Spire
have
of Iron.
for looks.
Fire Iron.
Some of them
Spire
have different
infusion.
tables
Okay.
that they
Reloading
sit
and
at in
crossbow and
stations.
switching crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the
I
player's
had to take
movement
the
speed.
cannons off though because I don't want to blow holes in the
Wow.
terrain randomly.
And I'm about to play
I just
crossbow.
can't believe this game
Excellent.
hasn't gone viral yet. 'cause
Blocking
it's so
is no
good.
longer limited to strikes and projectiles by default.
Game's been around since 2016.
Yeah, it's 10 years old.
Yeah, I gotta
Crazy.
say, I thought
Yeah,
it
they
was
just
like
celebrated their
that to begin with.
decade.
I got the game in 2016. It's older, I know that.
I never heard about it. My friend got me into this.
I guess it didn't do AoE. Ray shield and parry now require you to face the enemy that is hitting you, rather than direction with the hit originates. Some monsters' heals which directionality is unclear has been changed to be blockable from any
Yeah,
direction.
you're kind of in a
using these
crooked
skills.
angle, but you could land directly
Player minion
over
and
it.
monster max block is now.
There.
Player minion and monster base max block.
Yeah,
is
you're
now
not
50.
even, and you're not even coming close to touching it. You're like just sitting up there like, I'm not touching you.
I'm so glad
the
that I
crew,
can't go block this
crew
way.
splatters blood when you
Hey guys, I'm block
pick
capped.
them back up with those after.
Wow,
That shit's
that's
funny.
nuts. Effects of which set of maximum volatility now do so instead of being additive with the default cap of 200.
Actually, this
Players
crew
now
member's
gain
making my
6
CPU
accuracy
go
per level
up
instead
for
of
some
3.
reason.
Each point adds 6 instead of 5. Accuracy penalty now linearly.
Your CPU limit or your CPU usage?
Usage.
So it's just like they want to get rid of
Let me check the limit.
accuracy for melee players. That's good. They don't need that problem.
Yeah, now I don't
Player
need
minions
ammo in my
now
turrets
always
because
hit
anything
with
comes
their
to attack the
attacks.
base and your ship will like
Yeah, no accuracy.
Player
Fucking
projectile skills
puddle
now fire a
stomp it.
minimum of 1 projectile, even if they should fire 0. Swapping weapons is now instant.
Officer.
Dude, I honestly think a few
Although
of the
I'm
things
pretty
they did,
sure you're
like
gonna blow
sprint, the
bigger
auction
holes in the
house,
ground than I ever could.
and instant weapon swap,
I
those
just have my
alone would have
flak
been
and
kind of like enough
Gatlins on,
to like make the league feel amazing.
so I don't think I'm gonna blow holes
Like,
in the ground with
so
those.
all charge consuming skills now cost their corresponding charge duration while in use.
Yeah, it takes up my
Melee damage recoup
usage
life
just a hair
is-
and doesn't increase my limit.
Dude, I really hate. Honestly, I think my least favorite part of POE currently, PO2.
I only
is
picked this
charges.
planet because it was in range of
I don't know if it's just me,
of
but
the,
I've not been able to enjoy charge generation or charge
the
use
system
in
where you can
POE2.
buy all the
I feel
stuff
it's
at.
so clunky.
Son's walking around looking like Deadpool.
I just really struggle with it. Strong dislike. LE damage recouped as life and fist damage are now displayed.
Oh my
Firefighter
god, I
stat
accidentally
keyword.
salvaged them. They gave me gold coins and they cost me
That monster melee
5,000.
damage is 33%
Rip.
more light stun and heavy stun buildup.
How many gold coins did you get?
3.
Just a description change. Updated
Rip.
ice crystal keyword.
It's like
Clarify
75
that it
credits
blocks
or
movement of
something
smaller
for me.
monsters. Updated keyword pop up for MAME. So I need to go to the bathroom. I'll have to be right back real quick. For those that are new here, I play 3 minutes of ads whenever I go AFK. You don't miss anything. I'll be right back real quick.
No Name's got me selling consoles here. They buy the consoles for 925 gold.
Alright, let's go to...
Look at it.
So it comes to be that the distant light at the end of your tunnel.
I feel like if they just worked on the NPCs, this game could probably go
What's this
like just the
complexity
combat
level?
and the NPCs. It's like the only thing that really needs polished in this game.
What's complexity level?
When I look at like the stats for a ship, it says type, unlock, level 25, complexity 1, combat 408 of 571.
Complexity used to be size, but it's more of a complexity level now. Like the more glass you have, the higher the complexity goes up. The more, so it's a way for servers to limit, ships that have ridiculous amounts of server resource drawing things.
Yeah, I probably got enough stuff to build one of the Caprica ships. They're pretty good utility ships.
One of the what ships?
I named it the Caprica because it kind of looks like a Battlestar Galactica ship a little bit. Did I forget to set it? There we go. It's a ship I found in a junkyard on a server. I rebuilt it completely, and after I got it rebuilt, I thought, man, it'd be nice if it was like 3 blocks wider and like this block's longer. So took it to creative and I made it wider and longer.
Oh, in Con Out 3, there's a quantum teleport thing that you can use. There, I gave you some plants.
How long does it take for your generators to blow up? I've had the alert go off and I always like shut everything down.
Well, generally tell you when your generators hit 0%, they blow up. And it depends on what the kind of a draw you have on the system. So if you're operating at like 125%, your generators are going to blow up a whole lot faster than if you're operating at 110%.
This is Lioness. Watch Steam. Well, the old one. Alright, ascendancy changes. Answered call now provides +1 totem. Cool. I might need that. I don't know if I'll go Warbringer. I'll probably be a ranger. But we'll see. Ancestral spirits. No longer grants minion from the skill have 1% accuracy per 3 dex. Instead, they have 1% attack speed per 3 dex. Oh, okay. Great Wolf's Hull has been removed.
Can you still take off? Or am I blocking your
Great
shield
Wolf's Hull
completely?
notable passive skill has been removed.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh yeah, you got plenty of time to get out of that.
Wait, what?
I don't want
Ignore
that
war
inverted,
cry
do I?
cooldowns.
Nope. Alright.
You want to invert the shield power, not the
Ignore war cry cooldowns in
teleporter.
what way? Was it the same as before? Turtle Charm is nerfed base.
I would put in a delay logic as well. That way when you come back, you know, teleport 2,
So you can still do the war
and
cry
the
build, right?
you know, base is under attack, you have about 10
Floating
seconds
CD
to get the
with your
fuck off
nose.
of your
No, it's fine.
teleporter
Right,
before
okay, sweet.
it turns your shields off.
This is the same for the last epoch pushes. I really prefer when I can like hover over things and see them like visually, with the like before and after. Just can't spam more cries on other classes. Yeah. The Renly's training now runs 30%.
It's kind of what I have
base
going on
chance
my ship.
instead of shields value.
See, I'm like in the middle of a fight and I gotta stop because someone wants to come over and hop on my ship and help out.
Block chance, or can block damage from all hits.
And
Instead, it provides you take 30%.
I stop
of
for a
damage
minute,
from
they
block
take their
hits.
teleporter and then they can get the fuck off
Right.
of the teleporter.
I thought you could teleport. I thought you could teleport
and
in
notice
through
as well,
shields,
it's
not
not
out.
plus
You
25%
can,
block chance,
but
it sets
where
your
do you
block chance
land
to
when you
75.
teleport in?
And the max, only the max. You still need to get block chance.
Oh, well, that's
Stacks of Jade granted by Jade Heritage no longer.
You land right at where the
damage.
fucking switch is to turn your shields off to teleport out, don't
Ancestral
you?
spirits from Answered Call have also been improved. They now appear faster and start using
Generally
skills
speaking.
sooner. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges. It uses a Warcry buff. Buff nearby allows for 50% increased damage. Their leap sum has also been improved. Jade Caster has speed casting range. Okay, it seems like just loads of spirit buffs. I hope they'll be good because I think the spirit stuff is a fun concept. Like it's a very cool ascendancy thematically. Blowing metal, body armor, 35%. Now
We'll
costs
draw.
35.
Okay.
Flowing metal.
Do you want me to
notable
put the
passive
logic
skill
in
that
for you?
causes body armor to run 35% of armor draws up
Yeah,
by
you
the
can if you
elemental
want.
damage from hits. Previously, plus 5 max fire. Okay. That sucks. That's a huge nerf. The leather binding notable passive skill now causes body armor to regen 3% life instead of 5. Why is this getting nerfed? The manifest weapon skill no longer runs minions from
Yeah,
the
do
skill
I have
with
enough
1% accuracy,
room under your ship to
protects
land my
for
ship?
3
I have
decks,
enough room
1%
under your
speed
ship
for
to have
3
a
decks.
dogfight down here.
But
The small passive skills for fire rest of 8 instead of 15.
I could
Living
stack my
weapon
base
generates 5%
probably
strength
2.5
instead of 20%
times
increased
and
damage
still not
minion.
touch the bottom of his ship.
We are lacking skill tree nodes for this, missing a lot of context. I know, but like we can only make it.
The only thing I don't like about this build is the oxygen tanks are outside. That's it.
The thing is, right? Like, yes, a lot of this.
I redid
go into
my
creative
The
and
max
put
fire
them
rest node is way
underneath.
better now. Getting 90 max
I
fire rest
usually
is
do.
very
I just
easy.
didn't do it this time.
It depends what items
Usually,
you want. There's so much belt
my
competition
old,
now.
I
There's
lost
so
the
much belt
blueprint when I lost all
competition.
my
They deleted the
computer
fire rest belt too. Oh yeah, then it's great.
wiped all my blueprints.
Then it's great.
And it used to be I had one of these bases with
I
a
don't
big
know,
box
man.
on the bottom that you
The
could
thing
go
is,
down
that
into
was
the box
already
and
a
put
bit of a
everything
on the
down
fence
there.
node, and like kind of janky.
There was a
and more
door
of
right
an
here
SF
that you could
node or
just
hardcore
open up
node.
and go down.
I don't know if you'd consider Smith Katava that much on softcore. Anyway, we'll see. To be fair though, there's so many buffs too, so we'll figure it out. Gemmling Legionnaire, the advanced thaumaturgy notable passive skill tree, no longer owns 30% less cost of skills, or skill gems have 30% more attribute. It now grants a thaumaturgical dynamism. Dynamism? Am I saying that right? Which, while active, causes you to passively generate a power, endurance, or frenzy charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirement of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement of your total socketed skill gems, the more likely it will be to generate an endurance charge. That's really cool because I fucking hate charge generation. I love Gemmling Legionnaire now. The gem studded notable passive skill no longer grants you can use each support gem an additional time. It now provides for each color socketed okay, so red hits against you. Wait. For each color socketed gem that is the most numerous, gain... Oh, okay, so if you have more red gems, you're immune to crits. If you have no blue gems, 30% less cost. If you have most blue gems. If you have the more green gems, 40% less movement speed. Oh, okay, so easier to kite. Ah, that's kind of cool. Won't this feel amazing with that support gem that already lets you do that? Won't that feel amazing? You'll just move at full speed. Gemmling Legionnaire softcore ascendancy. Literally like full speed, just like that's some zoom, dude. Max speed rapid shot, yeah, exactly. I'm already leaning towards Gemmling Legionnaire. The charges. Of course, the pinned comment is an ad instead of the patch notes. Wait, why would the pinned comment be patch notes? The patch notes are on screen. We're looking at them together. That was a weird comment. And yes, it's an ad. I stream to make a living. That's why I do it, not for fun. Tactician. The cannon's ready notable passive skill now provides +1 number of summoned totems. To be fair, I could consider Tactician too. Is the Sprint Edition good? Yes. Huge. Huge. Because a really big problem in POE2 is sometimes if you have to backtrack, you hate your life. You just want to delete the game. Or also, just in general, it's just awesome. It's just great. Like we will see hilarious rip clips from hardcore players fucking up. But yeah, it's awesome. The right where we want them now also grants projectile damage build pin. Oh. I don't know what I'm gonna go. I was thinking Smithy Katava until I saw the nerfs. I could go Warbringer, Katava, Legionnaire, or Tactician. All of those work pretty well for what I want to do, and maybe Deadeye if it's not too nerfed. Right. Polish that gear provides gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. And no longer grants 100% of armor's extra strength threshold. Huh. You could go armor and a decent amount of deflection. Fair. Suppressing fire now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage builds pin. Okay. Supporting fire granted by Unleash Hell no longer grants minions have 1%. Okay, so now it's Oh, it's AoE now. AoE per 3 decks. Cool. Death from above is approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Very cool. Whoever plays best now provides there's no limit on the amount of banners you can place. 5 glory per second. I hate banners. I've never been a fan. Ban banners. I don't know, I just don't like the way they use. Hi Mamar. Ancestral Warrior Totem grants 40% glory generation. Artillery Ballista grants 40% increased immobilization buildup. Do you know, I gotta say, I really enjoyed playing Artillery Ballista last season. And now that they're fixing mana issues and making it, if they make it scale from weapon, oh my god. I could see myself playing Artillery Ballista Tactician or Artillery Ballista Gemling Legionnaire. This enjoyed a Ballista build? Weird, true. It's kind of chippy today, lots of takes. But aren't I supposed to have takes? You don't have to agree with them. It's not like I necessarily have good takes. Like, streamers don't speak facts. They usually say dumb shit. I know my thing. Dark Effigy, 40% more dot damage. Mortar Cannon, 15% damage gained with extra fire. I'm so excited for Mortar Cannon. This is all just from Tactician, right? Plus your turns to grant embarkment auras when placed. You know, how long do you think this aura lasts? Hello, Fire Whistle. I would guess 8 seconds. I was thinking something like that, yeah. As long as the totems would, maybe. Okay, Ritualist. The As the Whisperers Ask has been removed, and As the Whisperers Demand notable now grants Ritual Sacrifice skill. Excellent, good talk. The Wild Persistence notable grants 10% life recovery per 5% missing unreserved life. Percy. Wow, okay. Percy 5. Amazon. Critical Strike as gain crit chance 15% of excess. Percy 25. It's a bit of a nerf there. The lightning spear thing is nerfed, right? What's the name of the skill? I might just control F and look real quick. What's the name of the skill? Is it lightning spear? Bolt. Multi-cronate. I'm at the lightning one. Lightning spear now fires a secondary bolt at all levels. 3 to 8. Is that all that happened to it? That's not that big, is it? I guess I didn't want to kill it. Back up to tendencies. No longer deals more damage. Oh, I didn't see that. I was skimming. The 30% less damage kills it. Frenzy charges were huge. They hit it multiple ways? Okay. Yeah, I just skimmed. Let's see. I mean, I'm sure we will find a one-button build to play. I'm sure we will find a one-button build to play. I mean, I was one-button build on Artillery Ballista. Was there anyone in chat that was an Artillery Ballista player with me? Because that was super fun. Very, very fun. Shout is one button again. Sustainable practices now runs 50% of evasion rating, also runs LE damage reduction. Wow. Poison Concoction granted by Poison Concoction notable passive skill choice has been renamed to Acidic Concoction. The concoction consumes charge from your mana fast to throw Flask that explodes, dealing physical attack damage in an area. The Torrent Flask consumes poisons on hit to cause an acidic burst which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Acidic concoction and burst cannot poison. Burst deals unscalable physical damage. Okay. Fulminating concoction no longer inflicts lightning exposure. I guess they want to focus more on like the ailments. Now inflicts LE exposure instead of just cold. Now freezes enemies that are primed for freeze. Bleed. No longer has 200% more magnitude and bleeding. Now aggravates. Explosive concoction. No longer has 200% more ignite or magnitude of ignite. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flasks at ignited enemies. Okay. Interesting. Right. Deadeye, the avidity notable passive skill no longer grants a 30% chance to gain max frenzy charges when you gain a frenzy charge. Instead, it's 50% chance to gain an additional frenzy charge when you gain a frenzy charge. Huh. Okay. Cold shots no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Instead, it causes your projectiles to chain to mark to enemies. It grants the new cold shots meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Oh, interesting. Ah. The Eagle Eyes notable passive skill no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Invoker, elemental expression skill granted by the and scatter them to the winds. Now deals 8 to 244. Okay, so like a 35% buff. It's almost double actually on the cold. That's actually quite a substantial buff. Trigger's got buff too. Yeah, like actually more like 80% on some of it. The meditate skill granted by faith is not a choice. Notable as a cooldown of 7 to 5.1 seconds at gem levels 1 to 20. Mercy 10 to 8.1. Meditate now goes 24 to 100%. I mean, it's important to meditate before you go into combat. And now that gets buffed. That's huge. Acolyte of Taylor. The reality rending notable has been renamed to Step of Nightmares and no longer grants a chance to gain percentage of damage with hits as chaos. Grants leech recovery based on chaos damage. Lucid Dreaming notable passive no longer provides any benefit itself. Now it's a multi-choice notable with the following choice. It's choice of life. All flames of Taylor you manifest are red. All are blue or all are purple. Okay, excellent. I guess that was like the purple thing we saw around someone. Yeah, Acolyte's very different. The Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream now grants remnants spawned by supported skills of 0 to 50 increased effect. Let's see. You'll have permanent purple flame stack. Yeah. Thanks, MMR. Into the Breach granted by Waking Dream now grants remnants spawned by supported skills of 0 to 50. Grasp of the Void has been renamed Illusory Void and no longer requires Embrace the Darkness. It no longer provides gain 1% of chaos damage per 20 unreserved. Instead, it grants a new skill, Void Illusion. Wait. I'm confused. What did I read in my chat? They have a very talented team of developers. I can't believe they went for a copy pasta POE2 instead of a new title. What a waste. Wild comment. Embrace the darkness. Now it's a darkness restoration that lasts 5 seconds instead of 10. Inner silence notable has been renamed to deepening shadows. No longer grants 50% reduced darkness restoration. 1% max darkness per 1 chaos res. Okay. I mean, they're probably gonna go for Acolyte of Chocolate being actually pretty playable this patch, right? Or the dumbest people commenting today. Dude, you should have seen my YouTube chat. They were fighting the entire, like, ZD interview from, like, midway through the patch notes. Like, people were arguing and fighting. It was wild. My YouTube chat is wild. Ravenous Doubts, notable passive skills been renamed to Inner Turmoil. No longer grants mana leech, recovers based on other damage types as well as physical. Instead, it grants 1 volatility on inflicting an ailment to take no damage from volatility. Yeah, I wonder if overcapped counts. It probably doesn't. It's probably capped. Consuming Question notable has been renamed to Unraveling and no longer grants you recharge energy shield or mana leech effects, also recover ES.
What up,
Instead,
fam?
it grants chaos damage from hits, also contributes to ignite chance.
What up?
Okay. Do you know with energy shield in general,
everyone?
it is such a hard problem to solve, but I feel like they almost... I almost feel like the only way to make Energy Shield work the way they want it to, with like being so large, right? Because like with Energy Shield, you're supposed to have like so much Energy Shield, but it needs to be difficult to recover it. It needs to be difficult to recover it. Like ideally, I think it's okay if you can get 15 to 20,000 Energy Shield, if recharge rate is how you can recover it. Was that during the interview? Because if so, I zoned out during that. Okay, cool. I zoned out during that. Cool, that's what I've been saying for fucking months anyway. Like, especially in POE1, just like, why would you ever go life, dude? Why would you ever go life? Crazy.
Why would you ever go life?
Crazy. Ready, yes. The small life has been removed. Sanguimancy is now free to allocate. The life remnant skill, it grants spawns a remnant. This is a really good way to handle Blood Mage, I think. It felt so bad for people to not be able to get an ascendancy until the second lab. The fact that your first one effectively debuffs you for most players, it's just, that was bad. This is so much better. Spawns a life remnant on hitting a target. Wow. Wow, that's a huge buff, no? Wait, is this the one that gives you more overcapped life? It is, right? Wow. That's massive. Force Spike now runs 1% crit damage per 50 life instead of 40. Let's swap locations with Sunder the Flush. Between the Cracks passive skills have been renamed Sanguine Tides. No longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it's gain 1 life flask charge per 4% spend and 50% less life recovery from flasks. Okay. It now has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% are consumed, gain 1% of damage as fist. Cool. And interesting. Open source. Notable passive skill has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh and no longer grants your curses of infinite duration. Instead, enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% life reserved. Wow. So basically 15% more damage to anything.
2600 volume, that's it. Yeah,
No, I think the drop is still here. For a bit. Dude, my stomach is about to drop. Hurts so bad. How much is left? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so screwed. My stomach is literally dying. I actually have to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I'm actually dying. I'm shit. Oh.
Rip Ziz Monster Dump. More thrusters. Fuel tanks. More container extensions, he believes. Need a wing. I thought I made an RCS already for this. Why not make an RCS? Bro. What did I forget? I don't remember. I don't even remember anymore. So let's just make 200 fuel. How many more of these boys? Will it take off or will it be too fat? $5,000. Yeah, still ain't very much weight. Goes while she's empty, that's for sure. I need one oxygen tank, I believe. Forget anything else. I think that'd be all of it. Enter RCS and my oxygen tank. BBB wing. Let's do the BBB wing. Ooh, looks like crap. Where'd my little baby wing go? Oh, I scrapped it. Wait, did I complete? I think I complete murdered it. Yeah, I did. I full murdered it. Oh shit, I need one more thruster. See how she does. There's a dinosaur.
Everything's
Bart
inside.
feels like she's digging pretty good.
Bad when you bring out the Febreze bottle. How about that?
Definitely faster than zapping it by hand, I would say.
I'm gonna have some editing to do for this one. Hey, are you guys having arguments in Twitch chat now? Usually we're happy here. Where were we? Sound like you just flushed 3 kilos? It did. It was rough. I don't know. There wasn't even dairy in my pizza. I don't understand. I don't know. It was just... This is mad? No, I'm not. Alright. Blood Mage. No, we read Blood Mage. I'm dying. Infernalist. Infernal Hound now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters. Oh, it's just burning? That's like Righteous Fire? Is Pox going Infernalist? Pyromantic Pact, notable, now runs Infernal Flame, equal to twice your mana, previously equal to your mana, but costs you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in 2 seconds. No, actually, you can at me again. There's no way in hell I'm editing and rendering a tutorial video today, but the toilet break stays in. Oh. So sorry, YouTube, for those that are watching. I'm so sorry. Demon form granted by the demonic form no longer disables your weapon or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demon form or increased spell damage per demon flame. It grants 3% more spell damage per demon flame and quality plus 10% cast speed. Cool. I never knew this had legs. Light.
Or she gets
Right.
to fight it.
The Dominion over Flesh notable passive skill has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. The Eldritch Empowerment no longer provides non-channeling spells, costs 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling deals 30% more damage, or spending ES does not interrupt. Instead, it provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing ES, sacrificing 5% of max ES when you cast a spell, and sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Okay. Good for low cast speed. Incessant.
She's moving. She's chubby, but she's
power,
moving.
notable passive skill no longer grants non-channeling spells. Consume a power charge if able to deal 25% more damage.
Off.
It now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage.
Squeeze.
So hard to generate charges though, man. Chronomancer. The Flood of Echoes has been renamed to Inevitability. It no longer grants Unleash. Instead,
she goes down quick though.
Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in the cursed debuff.
Alright, let's take a load
kind of
off.
like Impending Doom, right? Sort of. A little bit. Done. Thank you for the 105 months. Ostrix, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the notes. Also, I might have to go AFK again. I don't know how I'm gonna get through these patch notes. I don't know how eating it's like not even cheese on my pizza. I don't know what happened. Quicksand Hourglass. At least on YouTube they can skip later. Every 10 seconds, gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds.
I'm gonna plop a spot on here for her.
Sense of Time, which has 60% cast speed. No, they checked for gluten intolerance. Sense of Time also grants 1% in KOE, scaling up to 60%. Do you know, I personally really dislike alternating buffs. I really like, in almost every game, I really like consistency. Or when I choose when something happens. I don't like alternating things.
Give me some steaks, baby.
Stormweaver. The
Shit,
Ellie Storm,
ramming into my own
granted by Tempest
ship.
Calder, has set its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds instead of 5. Rain Dancer has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls and no longer provides 150% more cooldown. Instead, it's +1 limit for Ellie's heals. Wow, that's really cool. Stormweaver looks kind of juicy.
I am, you're too fat. My ship, talking about.
Grab a bucket? I might. Force of Will no longer runs 1% effective arcane surge on you per 25 mana. Instead, 20% of damage is taken from mana before life. 20% increased magnitude of arcane surge per missing mana.
Really sure, I thought I made some landing gears.
Very cool. I wonder if you can combo that with making it work on life. What does limit mean in that context? So, like +1 totem, +1. I don't know if it'll work on orb, but like +1 comet, like things that have cooldowns. It should work for orb.
Need 1 minigun turret on her.
You can have 3 orbs. Scouring Winds has been renamed to Storm's Recollection and no longer grants exposure you inflict lower res. Instead, it grants a remnant you create reappear once. Heart of the Storm renamed to Retracted Infusion. No longer grants 40% alien damage recouped. 50% chance when collecting an alien fusion to gain another different alien fusion. Okay. Alright, loads of passive tree changes. And a lot of that we're really going to need to just see. We need it in Path of Building. We need to get the JSON file so we can actually see a planner. For all the... This is just all skill changes? Wow. Wowie.
Lots and lots of changes, my goodness.
With my IBS in particular, I find it's more what's in the dough rather than the cheese that affects me. Yeah, apparently I can't have pizza anymore. I'm ruined. I am ruined.
Okay, so how many decos we got going here? Still 39 more. Yikes! I'm like getting to town on these.
Very sad. Just eat Tums. Why on earth would that help me? It's always weird when people give like weird unsolicited medical advice on something they have no idea about. Okay, I actually need to be unpacking it. Watching. Skip it. We're watching live. Rude. Sorry. I'll be right back.
I feel like there was something else that we needed to do, but I can't remember. So she don't need to be that low. Why won't she go underneath there? Technically, yeah, it's the one I want, but I won't let me put it there. Oh well, I'll just zap out a spot. Don't want that many though. It's a 3-pack, yup. You can do it, drone. You can do it. Oh my god. It's being an ornery butt. Oh, why is it following so fast? This is the ship, I swear. She literally falls instantly. Well, how it is. Of course, my turret's not gonna fit there. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna put it there anyways. I don't want it to be any fatter than it already is. Be ugly for now, but it'll work. Look, this is nice. Actually, these seats are working out great for this thing. Like, just hop off and jump into that thing right away. Hop right into my mining jalopy. Monster Zumps is. I hope he's okay. Mr. Monster Dumps is a Rito. Ancient shelter. What did this be? My guns are shooting at it. Does that mean this thing's active? Nope, it's not active. my Wi-Fi's on. Fuck was it shooting at? That's the question. Ain't shit here. Literally is nothing here. Like almost complete emptiness. Some windows. Ancient jalopy, more like. Where's the hidden loot, guys? There's gotta be some hidden loot in here somewhere. They don't just make an ancient nothing. Oh, Roey's calling. Nugget?
Dad.
Hey, Nuggy. What you doing? How's Nuggy doing?
Good. You messaged me. You said you wanted to stream when?
Tonight.
Okay, when?
Whenever you want. It's 8 o'clock now. It's prime time. My stream's busy sucking right now. Like, obviously you want to let my stream shut down before I start again for like 30 minutes, but whenever.
We can stream now, I guess.
We'll do it in like 30 minutes. I gotta end it because I'm streaming right now, so I gotta end it. You gotta shut it off. I gotta set everything up too. Alright guys, if anybody's here, we're taking off. We're gonna do the Terraria stream soon. So if